Good morning, ladies. Welcome to day 2. And now we present you with an inner journey to calm our spirits and ignite our minds.
Thank you so much. So beautiful. I thank you so much. And we will hear more from you later. So now we will continuiamo con il nostro programma. You can sit with us also. Yeah, wonderful. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 2 of our conference. And this morning, it's called the Global Story Forum. And what do we mean by that? It's a chance for each and every one of us in the room to share a bit of our story. And those of you that read the pre-conference material, you saw that we sent out something on that. So we want to hear, everybody has a chance to share a little bit about some pivotal moments in their life, something they want to share around our tables. But before that, I want to share a movie with you. It's a movie about WIN, and it came out about 7 years ago. And we're going to work on 7 this morning. This came out 7 years ago. We're going to do groups of 7 minutes each. But I want to share this movie from a perspective, and I want you to watch it from this perspective of where something comes from. Okay, so in this movie, you will hear my story, but you also go back to where I come from and how that shaped and formed my values and hence the purpose of working with women in the world. And I want you to do later in your exercise, where do you come from? How has that shaped you, good or bad, but to what is for you today? And tomorrow we'll do a dream forum, where we're then going to do the visions for where we go into the future. So this movie was made over 3 different conferences, in Berlin, and 2 times in Rome, in 14, 15, 16. So it's not a completely new film, so you see this, but I think from an illustration of the structure of storytelling, it can be inspirational. And it's about 30 minutes, and then the rest of the time is all about you. But this first one is probably all about me. So, okay, let's get the movie. And while you watch, also think about your few minutes later, where you're going to share your story to a table of 6 other people, where you're 7 on each table. Okay? So think about that. Thank you.
I'm a freelance photojournalist. Besides photography, I have a big passion for quantum physics. And I also like to tell stories about possibilities. Renee was waiting for me to bring me to the airport. She's a very nice friend of mine. In an unpredictable way, that morning, I met Christine, a friend of Renee. She was going to the airport as well. And surprisingly, we found out that we are going to be on the same flight. She shared that her father was a professional photographer. Even today, she still follows the things that he used to say to her when she was young. It is just a matter of putting everything and everyone in the right light. I had no idea that this was the beginning of my new story.
I'm growing up here in a family where my father, my grandfather, my uncle, my aunts, everyone were photographers. And also me, the first job I had was to work in the photography shop. And also a family focus, a family consciousness of, it's not like a traditional beauty necessarily, but where you see the person, how, they come out the right way.
She is such an interesting woman. She's the president of an international organization, the WINConference. And I didn't know anything about WIN.
Oh yeah, then it's like a party. It's a big party, and it's a combination between a party and a school. Yeah, it's a place where you learn about other people's stories, and it's a place where you can share your story with others that are there to listen.
The light on this land is special. It's very dark in the winter and it's very bright in the summer. She was saying that with the right light, you can not only be seen from others in a different way, you can also see yourself differently.
It's a matter of putting them in the right light. It's a matter of giving them the right chance to express their gift to the world somehow. I grew up with freedom of choice, and it took me some time to realize that that was not the case of everybody, especially not all women. And I wonder, what can we do to bring everyone up?
Alexanderplatz. Dieser Zug endet hier. Übergang zum Regionalverkehr zur S-Bahn mit Verbindung zum Hauptbahnhof.
I've been following Christine in Prague, Tokyo, Norway, and I also have been at her office in Switzerland where she's based. And now I am in Berlin for the next global WINConference. I had the chance to see the very beginning of the build-up of this event. And I wonder, how did she start all that?
I was been working for several years in marketing, and I was working in a big bank. And I remember thinking that it was so hierarchical, and it was somehow difficult as a young person to do all the things I wanted to do. And I had many ideas and so on. And parallel to that, I had been very active in a local women's network, the Professional Women's Network in Milano. And I worked with many women from all over the world, and this was my community, my family, and we had so much fun. And I thought, wow, what if I could get more women together from other countries, and we can discuss how to make the world a better place.
So we started very little, few women, but since the beginning, coming from all over the world. And then we started to grow, always having the courage, as I mentioned, to put together women issues and business issues. That's very difficult.
I met Kristen at a conference in Mexico, in Puerto Vallarta, a little fishing village, back in, I think it must have been 95 or 96. And it was on business and consciousness. And I think I gave a workshop there, and Kristen went to the workshop. And afterwards, we just talked quite a lot. And then she said, you know what? I think I've had an idea. I think I want to create a conference back in Europe.
I want it to be the best conference in Europe for women, and maybe in 5 years' time, I'll be ready to do it. And we said, no, it can't be in 5 years' time. You have to do it now. And she said, well, I can't just do it now. We said, of course you can. You have to do it.
And then she did. Yeah.
It was the discovery of shared interests, shared passions, shared ideas, a solidarity of energy and vision, I would say, among smart, empathetic, engaged women who wanted to change the world.
I know from photography how important the structure is in an image. And Christine shared with me the different elements that create the structure that supports her vision and makes her proposal concrete.
Already at the beginning, I said, this event, in everything we do, it has to be international. And then another pillar is a focus on, is a systemic approach. So in the design of the conference program and how we put together the speeches and the questions and so on, is with a focus on the fact that everything is connected. And another pillar is that also of the understanding of wholeness, in the sense we are focusing a lot on the feminine values, the feminine qualities of, we can call them integral qualities also, but that of compassion, of passion, of collaboration, of using our empathy. The development of WIN has been and still is an inner and an outer journey, as well as a collective and individual one. After many years of working with companies, women in decision making, I feel we are in the middle of some exciting revolution. A more collaborative way is emerging, and we can now make leaps of change, creating a new future together, bringing the qualities of the feminine as integrated leaders.
We took our brother's car and we went on to the Atlantic Road, along the ocean. In this place, light changes almost constantly, and the nature is so powerful. She shared how her mother welcomed people of different backgrounds to their house. Inclusion, she says, is a matter of being open and to deeply care. Growing up here with all these bridges, Christine had a natural introduction to the meaning of what connection is.
By connecting well, we create context from where we can create the future. And I experienced that when I'm well connected to myself, to my intuition and to others, I feel so much more safe inside, and it becomes easier to take risk. Networking is in the core of WIN. WIN is Women International Networking, and creating community, creating a network, which we can call it like a working net, a community of support. I like the concept that WIN, that I can meet people from Africa and India and Japan, find common ground, grow together, and for me that has something to do with evolving.
I like the way she sees the possibility to evolve by meeting and networking with others from different cultures.
If we are to evolve, we need each other. I feel that we can only grow in the meeting with others. I can probably only see myself in the mirror of the other, and that's why I like so much the fact that at WIN we meet for 3 days physically and we stay together. Yeah.
And after 4, we do one bass in the middle. Here we go. 1, 2, and 4, and 4, and 4, and 4. Good. And 4, 3, and 4, and 4, and 4. double time. WIN has been running for nearly 2 decades. 2 decades. It's an amazing achievement and accomplishment. And we're very fortunate and privileged because we've been a part of WIN for 1 decade. I feel quite well placed to be able to say that WIN is not really about women. What WIN is really about is embracing the feminine that exists really in all of us. Her roots are Norwegian, but what she does is travel the world, the 4 corners of the earth, really dedicated to her mission of respect, diversity, and inclusion. So it's a huge, huge honor to welcome on stage Kristin Envig. Please.
It was really interesting to listen to those words all together. Respect, diversity, and inclusion.
I know. Thank you, Doug. That was very nice introduction.
Thank you.
It is very nice for me now, personally, to welcome you to the 17th Global WINConference. And as I look out in the room, I see some familiar faces. A number of you I've seen before. And I also see many new people. Now, for all of you that are new in this room, this is not the usual business conference.
Here you get information, facts, examples, best practice combined with emotion. And that makes it stick much deeper because it enters my heart and not only my brain.
It's one of the few conferences that combine, if you like, the spiritual side of things, the feminine side of things, with the hardcore business. I've not been to any other conference that opens with music in that kind of way.
How she would prepare the room. Flowers, music.
I would recommend you going to WIN because there's such a helpful, warm, rich field here of different professions, people who really want to not make a difference necessarily for their own sake, but they really want to make a difference. This may sound like maybe a bit hippie-like, but actually to make a difference for the sake of others.
When we start a conference, I always make sure we have music in the beginning and use that as a way to open the people. I think that we have many speakers sharing their stories, but once you have music and art, we can communicate more deeper and open people's heart to different ways. And that's why it's important. One of the things that I hear, and I'm sure if you haven't noticed yet either, there is a big request out there. There is a call for each and every one of us to solve the many challenges of our time, to peace creation, work creation, clean air, clean water. We want to make sure education and happiness is the norm. So over these past 20 years that I worked with women, one of the things that touches me the most is how women are so involved with all of them. It's the love, it's the care that goes into the projects that I think really make the difference. It is not a rule or a need that makes us move. It is more an inspiration, something deeper, meaning. That's what we want.
Christine and Win team are fully committed to create an amazing context in which all these women leaders can get easily connected. There is something like a welcoming sensation in the air at the conference. It's almost like unconsciously each one of them offers the right light to the other, and if you look at that from a distance, it appears like a web of light. At the opening, Christine was talking about a call to the world. A call for education, jobs, less hunger and peace. At WIN there were so many women who had answered the call and who had decided to take action. And I had the fortune to talk to some of them.
How I can stop that children became orphans? I still wondering why. Why? I will try to make new generation Hutu and Tutsi together.
As ethnic violence exploded across the country, men with machetes invaded and unleashed a nightmare, separating ethnic...
They listened to the call, and they felt as it was a direct request to them.
Imagine, since I opened the hospital, no mother, we are the only hospital in Africa, no mother died during 8 years in giving birth.
This is something that touched me. A beautiful sense of responsibility. To choose to stand with an open heart where the call arises.
And there are many things I don't like in the world, how it is. I can't change all of them, but I try to do a little bit in some of them. One is breaking glass ceilings, because I hate that we still have no gender equality nowhere in the world. There may be differences between here and there, but it's everywhere there is no justice.
We are talking a lot about how to change the world for the better, and everybody has an answer for it. And in reality, who has to change? What is the direction for a real possibility of change?
So just don't forget your visions and have a long breath and still fight for it, because it's not only never too late to become the person you want to be, it's also never too late to build the society you want to live in. You just have to do it yourself.
It was so inspiring to see these women go straight to the point. That what happens in our society and in ourselves has something to do with us. And feeling responsible for that is the first step toward this possibility to create change.
I remember very well after having done a business school that I wanted to be performing, beautiful, good, everything. No? And I remember that every time I felt fragile, because we are human and we feel fragile sometimes, or I felt that I was not able to do something, I tried to hide it. And every time I think Maggie and everyone share this, we try to do something new. When you are a change agent, no matter if it's to change the world or to change a thing, one thing one has to keep in mind that in the process of changing, you lose popularity. You are not popular. The person who are always popular are persons who never risk. If you are always popular, ask to yourself, am I doing the best of my life?
Karen, tell us about International Bridges of Justice.
Can you hear me?
They can.
Yes. Okay. So, International Bridges of Justice is an organization that I founded 14 years ago, and the purpose of it is to end torture as an investigative tool by placing lawyers early on in police stations and courtrooms. And I know that sounds like a mouthful. And just to back up, from the time I was really young, when I was 8 years old, I started having nightmares. And I was in a room watching someone be tortured. And I would wake up suddenly and suddenly feel like, oh my gosh, it's okay. It's just a nightmare. But I was aware that at that very moment, my nightmare was someone else's reality. This is no longer acceptable in our society. We can't say that it's okay to torture. We can't be dead into it. We have to be alive to the pain and stand up and do something to it. There's this poem by Albert Schweitzer, right, from Switzerland. And the poem is, at times our own light goes out and is rekindled by the spark of another. Each of us has cause to think with deep gratitude of those who have relit the flame within.
Could it be that women can offer the right light for a different world to appear and be visible?
At WIN, we develop leadership and we empower each other to run business with purpose and also to create careers that matter.
Christine focuses on how each and every one of us can create a future. This is an important thing for her. I also know that there is a question Christine has been asking for years. What if politicians and company leaders deeply cared about the well-being of the people? I met many influential people during this journey. Heads of companies, ministers of countries as well, artists, activists, entrepreneurs, and executives. People who made a difference in the world.
I see Kristen as she's really an amazing individual, right? I mean, we all know that. It's not just technically how competent she is. It's not just that she's beautiful. It's not just that she has an amazing presence and can put on a beautiful conference. It is that she has love. I think of Kristen and I see her as an unfailing treasure.
Thank you so much for believing in your vision, believing in your dream, carrying on with it, even though it has been not always easy. She comes from the north and she contains so many nationalities. She's a global citizen in so many ways and such an excellent, I can't even find an adjective for that, but such a brilliant, shining role model for what the conference is about. Thanks a lot, Kristen.
It was an amazing experience. And as everything that has a beginning, it also has an ending.
I know from walking on mountains in particular is that sometimes when you reach the top, it's not finished. You have to walk down. I often associate that with once the conference is finished, it's not really finished for us working on it. So we have to clean up, you have to file things, pay the bills, thank you letters. And
The end of the day, the end of our interview, and I went back to our first time when we met, when she told me about her father, and that it is only a matter of putting everything and everybody in the right light.
it's a way of looking at entire life, really. And as I told you this morning, I grew up in this family of photographers. It is a constant look, it's not even conscious, it's becoming so automatic now. It's just to see the best in people. And also let's say in a team working together, you can almost have whoever in your team, if you just put them in the right roles. And sometimes people
She has to leave
say,
tomorrow morning for Switzerland. and I asked her about where Win is going. Personally, she's getting her book published, and for Win she told me that she's following a strong request from Japan, Brazil, Singapore and India, a project for young leaders, and the important thing is that she's starting to work more and more together with men.
I think it's very important now, because as we play a leading role in being on the forefront of creating new leadership ways, new ways of organizing ourselves, I think now the best thing if we can do that in partnership, men and women, young and old, and so on. Yeah. So
I think it's great.
really
So let me thank you one more time.
Yeah.
Thank you for everything. Thank you for showing me this amazing place and light. In quantum physics, they say light comes from nothing. It could be also said light comes from darkness. In photography, we work with light. No light, no images. It was a long journey, a journey in which I saw new light as a new possibility. A possibility to see not just who we think and who we know we are, but who we are yet to become. And I had the chance to see that only what is not yet visible can transform the visible.
And here at WIN, we talk about the agent of possibility, because if each and every one of us feel confident and find our courage and are supported by the sisters, we heard that last night too, the importance of having support, then we can go out and we give back to the world and we find possibilities for ourselves, but also for others. We become an agent of possibilities. And I want everyone in this room to be an agent of possibility from today. I mean, many of you are already, but those, and I'm sure all of you are in some way or another, but we want more of that.
There has never been a moment better than now to be a woman. I'm convinced that we can create a world in which we all flourish.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay. So thank you. So now you saw a little bit of my story and of Win also over several years, also pre-COVID when it was a lot of people in the room. So what I would like you to now, if we can be in little tables and take a little bit of time to also integrate experience. And the world, I was reminded so much also that this conference is a proposal of a world of being where the art and the music and business, everything is integrated. And what if we could have that all the time? How good we would feel. And we can. We can for 3 days, so why not more? But if you are now on a table of very few people, I ask you to move on the table with more people. And then think for a few minutes about a little bit your story or something that touches you now. And share softly or the way you want to share. Ramuna, anything else we can do? Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, everyone. So this is this morning's exercise. What we're going to do is if you're all now, you have a group of at least 5 or 6 people, up to 7 people at your table. You're going to convey meaning in your story. That's the important part, is your story should convey meaning to the table. So we're going to play a gong to start, and then every 5 minutes when you hear the gong ring again, then it's time for a new speaker. So keep your story and all of your meaningful experiences to 5 minutes each, okay? So let's hear the gong, and as soon as you hear the gong, you can start with your first speaker. Possiamo suonare il gong, per cortesia? L'avete sentito? Did you hear, everyone? Okay. Begin. please remember, everyone, that this storytelling is about you personally, okay? So it's your personal story, not concepts, theories, it's about you.
Okay. So I hope you have had the chance to everybody to speak. I know time went by. One more. How many are you on the table? There is one more left? Okay, then there is one more left. We lost our number brain here in the front. Then you were right. She was right. You were right. I should always listen. Oh. I should always listen to Ramona. Okay, sorry. I should always listen. No, it's over. Thank you. So, okay, now the 7th time it rang. So, I'm sorry, you can spend a little more time on debriefing on your table, or you can choose to start walking out for coffee, but you can also stay here a little longer if you feel the need, or continue the conversation in the coffee break. And remember, we will have more workshops, more interactivity over the next couple of days also. But I want to thank you for the active engagement, and it's always very interesting in these groups also how the configuration around your table, that particular constellation of people, is also always very, very interesting. So I think that constellation will never happen again, and maybe we can take that in. Yeah. Just, I'm going to talk for 1 more minute, and then you can continue. And I just want to say thank you for sharing your story, following these sort of rules that we have. It's very interesting if you really follow the timing so that everybody gets to speak. A lot of magic happen. And being on this table today with these particular people that you landed together with is a particular constellation of you as shining stars and meant to be, and that's how it is. You can continue to stay in this room a little bit, or over coffee in the coffee break. And then I want to thank you for this morning's session. Teresa, do we have any messages? She has. And I see all of you back here at 11 when we're going to talk about the company of the future. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'd kindly like to ask our speakers for the next plenary session, Creating a Thriving Company, if you could stay here for a few moments during the coffee break. We would like to do a sound check and make sure everything's running well. And just a reminder in general for all of our speakers, please remember to see the AV team before your talks to make sure that your presentations are working, the latest version, and everything will go smoothly for you. Thank you.
I'll call you. Yeah, maybe I call you. No, you can come. Come with me. Wow, so welcome back from our coffee break, and I would like to ask Anne-Valerie and Alexia to come join me as we are going to talk about how we can create the company of the future. And of course, that will also involve some of the stories of the current moment. And I'm so happy to have Alexia and Anne-Valerie here, experts, long experience, amazing experience. And Anne-Valerie, she's the Dean of HEC Business School in Paris. She's originally from Switzerland. And it's quite a big deal as a foreigner to France to be a business school on such an established institution. So I think this is a big applause to you for that also. And also she's authored several books, and she has also lots of passion for sports, and has been traveling and lived around the world in the Middle East, in Asia, and many different countries. And we met back more than 20 years ago in Lausanne at IMD first, and so it's such a nice moment to be together again and to have Anne-Valerie here with us. And also Alexia is here. Alexia is also a lady with quite a lot of corporate experience. She has been also living in Asia, all over the world, when she worked for Procter & Gamble and other corporations. And one day during her meeting in China, she met somebody else working on resilience, and that became her passion. And she's authored several books on the resilience factor and the resilient quotient. And we want to hear from her also and why that's important in creating the company of the future. And she's been to WIN before, and it's great to have you back here, Alexia.
Thank you,
Let's start with Anne-Valerie. And Alexia, please take a seat if you want.
Thank you. Good morning. As Kristen was saying, we met almost 20 years ago now. And 20 years ago, you would not have had a room of 200 amazing women. So kudos to the road taken so far and the road ahead. 20 years ago, you didn't have all these organizations calling, can you join the Women Executive Forum? Can you join the Executive Forum? Can you join the Women on Boards Forum? She was a real pioneer, and she's managed to develop that loyalty and that loyal following, and I owe her a lot for giving us a platform at a time where that was not that obvious. So thank you, Kristen, really.
Thank you, Anne-Valerie.
I'd also like to thank the men in the room, because as Kristen was saying in her documentary, many of us had fathers who gave us choice. I mean, gender was never a topic of conversation in my family. Right? My father never said you should be this or you shouldn't be that. I've had amazing male bosses, male mentors who helped me grow and seize opportunity and take risk when I was afraid of taking risk. So I think this is not a competition, it's a collaboration. We need to work together. It's something women do well. So I think we should also thank the men and the fathers, the brothers in our lives. So Kristen asked me to talk about the organization of tomorrow. And the organization of tomorrow is made up of people. So I thought I would bring the two together and talk about leadership and organizations. And I specifically said women and leadership, because otherwise, it's like there's this thing called leadership, and women kind of have to step into it. It's always women in leadership. No, there's leadership, and there's women and men leaders. So I'm going to bring the two together. The reality is the organization of tomorrow is agile. It needs to deal with uncertainty. It needs to deal with turbulence. It needs to pivot, reinvent itself at a speed that is unprecedented. Change has always been a constant. My grandfather used to say that, right? He also thought he was going through change. But today, that speed, that acceleration, that globalization is much, much greater. It needs to be empathetic and purposeful, because that's what the next generation is asking for. I have 5 children, 2 of my own, 3 by merger and acquisition. You know, plans don't always, for strategy professors, plans don't always work out. And one of my sons was saying, you know, your generation is all about happiness, but that for me is not the purpose. I want my life to be meaningful. I don't want my life to be happy. And meaningful is not always happy. It's having a purpose. And I think that generation really carries that and says, I want a meaningful life. So we owe it to them, we owe it to ourselves to have purposeful, meaningful organizations. And then the creative piece is really, I would say, my take of 25 years of being in consulting, being in industry, and being an academic. We've streamlined organizations to the point where innovation is the only competitive advantage, really. And so we need to be innovative. We need to problem solve for the wicked, big problems that the world is facing today. And so we need to be curious. And that is also a female leadership trait, curiosity. In case you didn't know this, the research shows that women score higher than men in most leadership skills, right? And I'll show you some of those. And yet, only about 5% of Fortune 500 companies are run by women and 2% of the S&P 500. So we still have a long way to go, especially since that number currently is declining. Right? Let me say that again. That number is declining. Right? So we have a bit of work to do. Fact as well, women did particularly well during the pandemic. And that's because our leadership traits, the qualities that are typically associated with women leaders, were particularly important during the pandemic. Communication, empathy, meeting people halfway, problem solving, so that empathy, purpose, communication, creativity piece I talked about up front was particularly important. And that was despite something called the glass cliff. We've all heard about the glass ceiling, right? And we've all, in our own ways, tried to fight that. You know, deans were not typically women, right? They were very old, stodgy, white males, typically, right? We've all done it in our industries in different ways. The glass cliff is giving a woman a leadership role when everything else has failed. So by the time a woman gets into a leadership position where she can make a difference, we've given her something that is doomed to fail. Right? So we're doing particularly well in situations that are particularly difficult. Why? Because we're good at inspiring and motivating. We really are. Because we try to understand what makes people tick. Historically, if you look at us as cave people, we built the communities. We picked the berries. We needed to ask someone, where do I find this? Where can this berry grow? We shared, we communicated. So it was in our DNA up front. Right? We communicate powerfully because we want to connect. Whenever I teach women in leadership, the women come up to me and say, can we talk about networking? And honestly, I'm the first to walk into a WINConference and go, do I really need to go and talk to all these people I don't know? And the reason why we're not good at networking is because we believe in deep connections. So we believe that we want to connect this way and not that way. And networking is connecting this way. It's meeting a lot of different people randomly, superficially up front, and then building that depth. But because we believe in depth first, and we believe we should not take advantage of our network, so there's a whole bias around, I'm abusive if I'm asking for something, I'm going to be considered as opportunistic. we don't do it well. So the flip side of that, the positive side of that, is we're very good at communicating because we want to build powerful, meaningful stories. Building teams. Women are particularly good at building great teams because we suffer imposter syndrome more than men. Men suffer it too, but we keep thinking we need to hire people better than us because we think we're not that good. So if I hire this person, oh, she's amazing, she's going to do the job for me. My right hand at HEC is like that. She's outstanding. She's probably the best recruit in my entire career. She's outstanding. She's like I don't know, an F-14 or whatever it is, right? A fighter jet. So we're very good at building teams, and we're very good at building relationships, which I've mentioned before. Just for those of you who like data, 84% of the competencies measured women were better at, right? And I've talked about some of these. I think driving for results is really important. Because we talk about the empathetic, the positive side of women, the caring side, but we get the job done, right? So we're good at driving for results, and we're good with integrity. So the organization of tomorrow wants leaders who can pivot. And so, we pivot constantly. And we're managing so many different environments that we do this quite well. Home, family, friends, work. We want leaders who will help people grow constantly. And we want leaders who bring people along, right? Kristen at first said, can you please talk about, I wrote a book a couple of years ago called A Dream with a Deadline. She said, talk about that. And we want to dream with people, and we want to make it happen. And that's the leader of tomorrow. Couple of things I did want to say. Don't lean in when you've got nothing to lean in about, right? We have airspace, let's use it wisely. If we lean in about everything, we lose the value of what we're trying to do here. Know your own limitations. The greatest number of burnouts during COVID were women, right? So fill that energy tank. Take that time. There's a couple of women I spoke to in this room that said, I'm doing this, this, and this, and then in the end, the me time is the first thing that goes out the window. We've all done that, and I hope when you talk about resilience, we'll talk about that, so I won't talk about it longer. Believe in your power of transformation. We're particularly good at transforming organizations, right? And bring people along, right? We're very good at elevating others. So that's the organization of tomorrow, right? We're setting a new standard for what leadership is. The Chinese said, 21st century will be a women century. They also said women hold up half the sky. It's a beautiful Chinese saying. Women hold up half the sky. So let's get the job done. Let's set the standard for the leadership of tomorrow. And if you're interested in more, you can write to me at corbeau@hec.fr. I have to speak French sometimes. And I'd be happy to have that conversation with you. Thank you, Kristen.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, so promising much of what you're saying, and also what you were saying that the numbers of CEOs are going down. But perhaps you want to do it differently. So maybe you can share a bit after. Let's have Alexia, please.
Let's go. Okay. All right, so thank you, Christine, for giving me the opportunity to share my enthusiasm with you. Let me first ask you, are you present? If you're present, one hand up. All right, if you're really present, two hands up. Fantastic, then we can start. I was once told that when you are lucky and you can be on stage, it is actually quite interesting to start with the end in mind. So I decided, just in case you need to leave the room, I will start with my conclusion, so you will not miss anything. So here we go. I believe that the organization of the future is human-driven. The organization of the future considers business as a force for good. and the organization of the future measures what matters. So that's it. If you need to leave the room, you can go. You have the key message. Well, as I have a few more minutes, I will elaborate a little bit. I believe there are many things that brings us together here. Among others, we probably all believe that indeed future-proofed organizations are human-driven. Would you agree with that? Yes. We heard yesterday with Jenny from CNA, thank you, the importance of trust, kindness, vulnerability. This is really about being totally human. Well, resilience is precisely a set of competences, human competences, intrapersonal skills, interpersonal skills that can help you, us, individuals, but also teams, business, organizations, to navigate the up and down of life, of your career, of transitions, of transformations, with more success, with more calm, with more confidence. Now, the reality is, as we talk about leadership, leading today is more complex than it was when I started my career 30 years ago. The pace of change has accelerated, you mentioned it. The level of uncertainty has drastically increased. Mental health issues are on the rise, especially among young professionals, which tends to break my heart, being a mom of 4 young adults. It is also now expected from leaders that we take into account all stakeholders, and that's a good thing. And it was also mentioned yesterday by Angela from Avico. We need to take into account, of course, the employees, the clients, the shareholders, the community we live in, and also the environment. So definitely leading today is more complex. The good news is, it is also more rewarding, because we all have the opportunity to bring a positive social contribution to the society. We can decide to use business as a force for good. That requires courage, that requires resilience. At Resilience Institute, we firmly believe that resilient people ultimately will lead to a more resilient planet. How to get there? Well, of course, ideas will not be sufficient. We need to translate ideas into behaviors, practices, habits. It's really about finding ways to manage well the relationship with yourself, and that connects with the importance to know your limitations, have me time, protect yourself, but also manage healthy relationships with others, at home, at work, with your clients, with your suppliers, and having positive relationship with the environment. That's how we create resilient organizations, ready to make responsible decisions and progressively leading to a more resilient planet. At Resilience Institute, we really believe as well that what gets measured gets attention. And this is the reason why, a bit more than 10 years ago, we developed a very robust tool to measure human resilience in organizations. It is a resilience diagnostic that is not at all a personality test. It simply assesses to what extent your current habits, practices, support or not your resilience. You all had the opportunity to complete this diagnostic. Anyone has done it yet? Some of you? Very good. If you have not done it yet, this is your time. You can take your phone and take this picture because it will lead you to the page where you can log in and maybe later take 10 minutes to complete the test. It will give you an immediate personal report, which is totally confidential. It will also give you access to a digital platform with lots of practical functionalities. In the workshop we have this afternoon, I will share with you the collective results of this group. And I can already tell you that there are good things, there are also some risks. that I believe are important to consider. And it's really not about making a revolution in your life. It's about recognizing that sometimes small adjustments can really make a difference. It does. In your ability to manage yourself, to manage relationships at home, at work, and be the best person you can be, to have a positive impact and fulfill your mission, your leadership mission, with success and with joy. So what can you do? Well, as you understand, you can definitely take the time to complete this diagnostic. And when you will get your personal report, which is totally confidential, you'll be able to identify your strengths and your risks. It's really up to you to see how can I increase my strength and reduce my risks. It's also important to bridge the knowing-doing gap for yourself, but also in your respective teams. Many people know very well what they need to do. Only a few really do what is important. So see how you can bridge that knowing-doing gap. Also recognize the importance to raise awareness in your respective teams and organizations. Awareness is definitely the first step to become more conscious, more resilient. And last but not least, I invite you all to be a resilient leader in your organizations and contribute to shape the organization of the future, which now you know, because this is my conclusion that I shared a few minutes ago, is human-driven, considers business as a force for good, and measures what matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Alexia. And I thank you also for sharing this connection, again, between us as humans, the organization led and run by humans, and the planet itself. I mean, again and again, we see this interconnected part also. So I was also thinking now for both of you, actually, just a last little question. So we saw some statistics from Valerie, that the number of women on the CEO of these companies were going down, it's declining instead of going up. Could that have something to do with the environment themselves? Are we taking care of each other enough? But then again, I don't want to put it on the women. Maybe it's the organization. But please, can you reflect a little bit on that? Maybe, Alexia, what's your thoughts? Also connecting it to resilience, of course.
To be as factual as possible, the diagnostic that we have enables us to have and accumulate lots of data.
Yeah.
And as we have thousands of data, we can benchmark. And we can also generate insights and understand a little bit better whether there are indeed gender differences, age differences. And if I can already maybe give you two interesting insights that may not really make you super happy, but it's important to know the facts. One, be aware that the younger generation have lower resilience than the more mature professional. Actually, it is a good news for all of us because it suggests that resilience increases with age, with life experiences, with confrontations. We become more resilient. And we have seen that during the pandemic as well. We have seen that the resilience score actually has increased during the pandemic. It doesn't mean it was easy. It means when you have no alternative than mobilizing your own resources, well, actually you become stronger most of the time. But for me, it is really an important call for us leaders to pay special attention to the young professionals in our respective teams. We need to equip them better. And the second insight, maybe it's about the gender differences. I don't like sharing this, but the reality is, since many years, we systematically observe that women tend to have a lower resilience score, the way we measure it, versus men. It's not about the strength. We are all super well equipped with lots of strengths, but it's more about the risks. Our ability to bounce when facing challenges seems to be actually a little bit lower than the one from men. And it may well explain indeed the reason why at this moment, maybe our ability to fulfill these leadership positions is a little bit at risk because we are not probably equipped enough with these resilience competences to actually go for it. And I can only encourage us all to pay special attention to these simple practices that can make a difference, equip you better, make you feel really totally ready for the challenge.
Thank you. Wow, so here is the resilience competences. We would like to build those up. And I'd like to hear also from Valerie some thoughts from your side.
I'm going to add a little something different to the mix. I think what's happening here as well is women are starting their own companies.
Yeah.
So they're saying, I can't necessarily change things the way I want to in an existing organization. Therefore, I'm going to build my own. So there's a huge drive towards entrepreneurship in general in the world today, but there's also a lot of women launching their own companies, and those are not yet part of the S&P 500 or the Fortune 500. And so maybe they're declining because women are opting out for the right reasons, not for the wrong reasons.
Exactly. This is a very interesting thing because we want to be a force for good. I thank you both for your great insights, wisdom, and sharing. Thank you so much. Can you stay with me to be photographed?
Sorry.
Thank you so much. So where do we shine the most? Picture time. Let's stay here so we have that nice screen behind us. We were color coordinated today. Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kristen.
So you can share with the person sitting next to you what you believe is important or what you think is the reason why that number is going down. Is it because we want to start our own company because the context is not right? Or is it because we also need the resilience skills or a combination of both? Please share with the person sitting next to you 1 minute or two while we set up the stage for our next part of this segment this morning. Yeah, great. Yeah, perfect.
Turn the flower.
Yeah. Oh, perfect. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I found it shocking that women scored less resilient than the men. I'm wondering if they're measuring male qualities, male traits.
This could be asked after, yeah. So, okay, can you come up on stage? Okay, can I ask the speakers to come up on stage, please? Oh, they're mic'd. Okay, wait. Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, cool. Yes, good.
And we have the...
There's the timer.
Yeah.
Okay. I will try to be fast. Maybe we need some music or something.
Yeah. Okay, now.
Take a seat there.
Are we going to the podium at all?
Yeah, you can. Yeah,
Yes?
that's first talk. And so when you talk, you can go to the
No,
podium.
it's to know if I put my paper there.
Oh, yeah, you put it there, yeah. Okay, so we welcome you back. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start our next part of this segment of creating the company of the future, or let's be precise, the organization of the future. Some of you and some of them are working in what we can call organizations, not necessarily companies. So today, but they also have their challenges, their opportunities, and their possibilities. And I've invited here today for this part of our creating the organization of the future, three additional amazing women. And I'd like to introduce Mirna Serekli. She's the Chief Talent Officer of the newly formed Iveco Group. Originally from Syria, she is British passport, living in Switzerland and Italy, all sort of different things, a total global citizen. And I know that she has worked many years for Shell, that's where we first met, and then later other organizations as well. And she's totally passionate for developing also women and people, both within her company and beyond. So it's an honor to have you here. And I'd like to also introduce Lina Prada, originally from Spain, and she's the Director of Polymer Application Development and Industry Solutions at SABIC. That's a Saudi Arabian company that we also want to welcome to the family of WIN this year with the Iveco Group and a series of others. She has a PhD in chemical engineering and has also worked a lot on the being a woman in science and development, at which she's done amazing work. So we're looking so much forward to hearing also the transformation that you are doing as the director within SABIC. And last but not least, I'd like to introduce Helen Papper, who is the Director of Global Communication and Advocacy at IFAD, which is one of the specialized agencies of United Nations on financing of this International Fund for Agricultural Development. She has also worked for other agencies within the UN and just came from Colombia before arriving here in Rome. So this is our ladies, and they will share more about what they are doing. And I'd like to start with Mirna and to have her present. And what we will do today is each of them will present their presentation, but then we'll also have a little discussion together, which I'm looking forward to. Mirna, warm welcome to you.
Humble fighters, hungry team players, fearless creators running long distance. That's who we are. More than 35,000 unique people with diverse strengths, daring to set ambitious goals, collaborating to win. Innovation, sustainability, and partnership are our top priorities. We are leading the future of mobility to power your business and mission. And we are not alone. We accelerate with partners, reaching further faster. We are lean and agile. Our energy sets the pace, and we are determined to move forward with courage to advance a more sustainable society. At Iveco Group, we go beyond.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mirna, and I proudly work for Iveco Group. I don't know how many of you were here last year. Can you raise your hand? Okay, so you're going to hear some similar things and some different things as we go along. The title of this conversation is the Organization of the Future, the company of the future. And we heard from the previous sisters. It's human, it's empathetic, it's resilient. So what I would like to present to you is an attempt, a practical attempt at going there. So our journey as Iveco Group in the past couple of years, where we started after our spin-off, how we built our culture, and how we are reinforcing it. So this is our story of today. I will not go through the full presentation here, so if you are interested in more practical details, we'll cover that in one of the workshops. Last year, I shared with you how I felt working for Iveco Group and how my colleagues have felt working for Iveco Group. I'd like everyone from Iveco Group to stand so that if everybody has a question before... Yes, so here we are. If you have any questions about our company, feel free to contact myself or one of my colleagues. So, I feel joy. I feel empowered and proud. And I'm happy to report that I still feel my purpose and the company purpose are very much aligned. So, in the past year, if anything, I grew closer. I feel I belong. I feel respected, and I feel supported. And that is all because of my colleagues at the group. The history, I mean, we're like a 150-year-old startup, as our CEO likes to say. So we have a long heritage that goes deep, particularly in Italy, right? With all of those companies and famous brands that you see around. But we are also agile, fast, special, always go the extra mile, not just in terms of achievement, but also in terms of innovation. So a lot of innovation in that space, in the market, is with us. This is our footprint. As you see, we are a largely European-based company. We have 35,000 colleagues, note the word colleagues, not employees. Yeah, so that's also one of the language is something we are trying to work on as we improve our communication and improve the engagement of the people in the organization. Loads of patents, a number of brands, 8 brands, and the newest one, the 9th one, is Gate, which I encourage you to Google and learn more about. The anchor of everything we are doing is diversity, equity, and inclusion. Engagement fits there, inclusion fits there, collaboration fits there, but it's also about people being who they are. Well-being is part of diversity, equity, and inclusion for us. It's one of the focus area, resilience also, right? Why do we do this? It's just the right thing to do. That can be a very simple answer. I can give you a lot of sophisticated, the market is changing, the world is moving, we need to be more innovative, include more people in the world. It's just the right thing to do. And we firmly believe that. Yeah? It is one of our values. I shared with you an earlier version of this last year. We built our purpose, and Jeannie was talking yesterday about figuring out who we are, not imitating somebody else or benchmarking ourselves to somebody else. We figured out who we are all the way in the organization, in a bottom-up fashion. Every single person was involved in figuring that out. Through surveys, through workshops, through focus groups, we built this. These are the words of our people. This is how our company really is. Our purpose is home of unique people and brand. that power your business and mission to advance a more sustainable society. Our values are 5, and they are in sentences, in active sentences that start with we. Yeah? So we go beyond the obvious, whether in our innovation or how we do things. We collaborate to win. Collaboration is a very strong message in the organization. We do what is right. Sustainability falls there. I don't have to justify something that is right. We just do it. We take ownership. We contribute diverse strengths. And we now build everything in the organization based on these. Every process, every communication plan, everything we do is adjusted to these. The particular 2 values that highlight the diversity, equity, and inclusion space are we contribute diverse strengths and we do what is right. And those are the ones we are anchoring all of our initiatives on diversity. That is not enough, that we have the philosophy on how we do this. We need to get all of our processes to speak the same languages. And we have been busy in the past year doing just that. So we created a purpose. From that stems the value. We articulated it further in behaviors. We defined what leadership is in the organization. And we are linking every process that touches all the people to it. Performance, management, how we recruit, and so on. So we are on that journey. We're seeing a lot of value add. We're certainly seeing more engaged people. But it's a long journey. This is one of those that you cannot stop. You have to keep at it because it takes a long time. Diversity, equity, and inclusion are not just an initiative that we roll out from the leadership, and here is the Women Network, and here is what we do on diversity, and these are the initiatives that we publicly comment. We do that too. But more importantly, we try to include the thinking on that in everything we do. It's organically embedded in our organization. So it lives. When you plant the seeds in all the key daily processes, it tends to live. So the bias training, we call it hidden biases of good people. So as not to associate with negative emotions. We adjusted how we look at talent. Is it biased? Is it not biased? And we did a lot of other things in terms of employee value proposition. I would like to share with you what we call the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Playbook, which is a document that highlights everything we do. It also includes inclusive language and how to talk or how not to talk. How do we include people in the way we speak? But that I will leave to our workshop.
Yeah.
Thank you.
In the Q&A. Thank you so much. I think it's so amazing also the pioneering work that's going on here, because we are talking about a company with such a long history as a startup, but you are in cars and trucks, and you know it's also a very traditional business. So it's very cool to hear all the work you're doing on language and then bringing that into behavior. So very good. We look forward also in the Q&A to hear a bit more about that. And leading talent and communication, I know Lina has also, she's run more than in 20 years R&D teams all over the world. Her teams are in Shanghai, Bangalore, Europe, all over the planet, and in research and development. So I'm really curious to hear now what Lina has to say as well. Warm welcome to Lina, please. Lina, please.
And then is this one, the big one, yeah? So yeah, thanks, Christine, for inviting us to be here. For us, is the first time. And then, when you talk about traditional industries, I think that this is also the perspective that, hopefully I can illustrate a bit, because just a big is, I will talk quickly a little bit about myself, about the company, and then the main purpose about how do we see the challenge and the company of the future. So I call it like, well, driving changes is building the future, because I think that is, this attitude to change is the one that can help us to get in a better future or a better world. So this I explained it at the table already this morning, so I didn't know that we were going to talk about it, but just a couple of things also on how I look to diversity. Being Spanish, living in the Netherlands for the last 20 years, actually, I realized that even within Europe, culturally, there are so many differences. Working 25 years in the chemical business, but with people over the world. I started to work a lot with Japanese, and right now I work a lot with Saudis. So also completely different perspective on that part. And then the other piece, and also yesterday during the dinner, I relate a little bit with that. Actually, I'm from a really small village in Spain near the mountains, and I am basically, well, the first generation going to university of my family. And also like my brother and my sister, but nobody before us. So that part sometimes is like, well, I feel quite proud about it, and it's something that sometimes things happen, that you look for. So also I'm really thankful for my parents, actually. And then I think that Christine explained a little bit on my career, but also on reflection of this morning is like, I had also really good mentors, male, that they saw something on me and they helped me to develop. So I think that these are also the people that they are critical in your journey. So quite a bit of similarities on basically I need to change the employees to the colleagues. I like it more, the part of Iveco, but big company actually is a big, one of the top 5 chemical companies in the world, and for some of you probably it's not even known. And then also, over 30,000 people, and big focus on the innovation part, and I put there the number of the patents. And a little bit what we do in the company, we take not gas, we make chemicals out of it, and then with some of the chemicals like methanol or glycol, we will sell to other companies, and the big part we will transform ourselves to make polymers, plastics. And then we are providing these materials to all these different industries that you see there: packaging, automotive, electronics, healthcare. I will talk a little bit about it because they look really different, but in the current world, all these industries, they are facing the same challenges. So the part that I want to spend most of the time on it is, again, working on the R&D. I feel privileged that I can, well, influence or to work on the things that we need for the future. And then in the whole world, but on chemical industry, the change that has been happening and is required to happen on the next years is so big that the kind of changes, they need to be really transformational. So one of the things is sustainability in general. I was talking about the gas. SABIC started in 1976. Basically, pulling this gas out of the fields in Saudi Arabia. And then, this, I would say, the mindset has been already there. And the proof is that the last 3 years, no more, I would say 5 to 6 years, we spent so much time about 2 topics: circular economy on the world of plastics. I know that all of you heard about plastics in the ocean, everything, regulatory, I will say the public. So what do we need to do to build a circular economy? And I think that is really important. And that one, there are things that they look like obvious, like mechanical recycling of your plastics, but there are things that you need to transform the way that you are doing business, because some of the things that they were linear, now they are circular, so your value chain is completely different than it used to be, for example. So the need of collaboration is becoming more and more important. So I will not go to the details on some of the things that we do, but if you are interested, I can share at the break. The second, and maybe on this one, the last one, big commitment. Also this year at Davos, our CEO said on producing by 2030, 1 million of our production will be on circular products. That is a big challenge, actually. The other one is about net zero economy, low CO2 carbon emissions, also key topic. And also as chemical industry, we are one of the big contributors or emitters there. And to change that is going to require a lot of innovation, because some of the technologies are not there. So it's like how the company invests on the innovation part, but also a lot of capital. So it's both things as well. And that is part of, I will say, continuous discussion with the governments, but also with peer companies. So that is one of the things. Big manufacturing assets, they require quite a bit of work on this decarbonization. And recently we are working with BSF on electrifying a cracker. That is the unit in our operations that emits more CO2. So it's really breakthrough technology. And then the last part is about growing. Yesterday, I would say also in some places, aging population, and the requirements on the marketplace, they are different for healthcare because we are going to live longer, or some of the movement from villages to cities on quite a bit that we do as well on infrastructure or also electronics. But at the end, I put always this, it's growing with a purpose, and I think that is one of the things that as a female, and some of you were mentioning, I work for a purpose, and that is critical also on all these developments, the part of the innovation, and then to do it on this inclusive, and at the end we want to have sustainable business for a sustainable planet. And then a few examples also there, what do we need as well to build this future? Because I think that I was talking a little bit on few of the challenges, but also the other part is, we need this diversity. So working on a company that started in Saudi Arabia and then grow through acquisitions with really different cultural backgrounds. I came to SABIC actually from General Electric, so I worked my first 7 years for an American company, and then the last one for a Saudi one. So big also cultural differences business-wise. The other part is the gender diversity as well, from where the company is coming from, and also being on this chemical industry, a lot of technical, I will say, skills are required, that in general also they are more male-dominated, so also completely different environment. So there we do quite a bit, with Claire also that is there with me. There are work being done at corporate level, but also I like yesterday, we initiate something on the R&D. So how we can increase with volunteers in our organization, what do they need to do to feel more part of the team included, how we can be more global. I think that the cultural part and the gender one, we look a lot on that one. And also today you were talking on the generation piece. That one also really, really critical about how we combine this experience with this entrepreneur spirit. And they are also one of the things that I would like to share. Our CEO created what is called the SABIC Leadership Council, in which there are a group of really young people in the organization that they will meet regularly with the CEO to give advice. I think that also yesterday Ginny was mentioning a little bit similar. So how we help the higher level in the organization to see which are the needs of today generation. The part on competencies, actually, I talk quickly around it. How do we get more girls doing technical studies on historical topics or the new ones like data science? So we will do a lot of work with high schools. And also the last piece on these disruptive models is that I think that we talked today quite a bit about this new way of thinking, and that is what is really, really needed on these ecosystems, collaboration, the openness, and also the last part that I would like to say is, to me, I summarize in 4 words. It's like about innovation, the collaboration, the inclusiveness, and getting this meaningful impact. So I hope that I gave you a little bit of flavor of some of the things that we try to do and to put it in context. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Lina. And you also remind us about the importance of the STEM, of the science, and being like yourself now in a powerful position inside the research and development, because it's also so much happening there, and we need to be there as women. And you yourself, with purpose and with the science, it's this beautiful combination. So hang in there, and we would like to hear more from you soon. But now we would like to hear from Helen, who is in the United Nations, and what is going on there, and how are you working to create that a place that will be good for all for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. It's great to be here. It's working?
Yeah. Yes.
Really great to be here with all of you, and very motivating. And it's really interesting, because we're going to shift tracks a little bit to what is the UN of the future? And that means, what is our future? And what we've just heard, we've heard global, inclusion, development, coming together, solutions. So it might sound, very corporate, but actually these words represent all of us. They represent what we need to all come together to fix. How are we going to bridge the gap for this future of people and planet, for real? The solutions that come from corporate sector, from businesses, we just talked about plastic, we talked about many solutions that are coming from this research and development. Yeah. We need to take this into the future. This needs to be our reality. We need to be able to share knowledge from across sectors to be able to shape our future. But I want to take a little bit of a step back. Today we're at a point, and I think we can move to the next, to the pictures. And I'm going to tell you why I'm showing you this. Today we're at a point where, as you know, we're facing a very strenuous geopolitical situation. Today we're at a point where we passed the 75 years anniversary of the United Nations. What is the United Nations? It's basically a room like this one, think globally, where people from around the world are coming together to try to bridge gaps in culture, in understanding, in different economic circumstances, in the way that they can come together, that we can come together across completely different realities and face global challenges and come to some type of solutions that we are going to develop together. But that's not easy, because it's a Tower of Babel. We all speak, understand, hear each other in different ways. We may think we're always being understood, but we're not necessarily. So how do we come together and find common solutions? That's a struggle. The United Nations has been able to put this on the table. 75 years of building those bridges, of diplomacy, of negotiations. Does it always succeed? No way. Does it fail more than it succeeds? Probably. However, if we didn't have what we have today, we wouldn't be able to be here together. We are here together. We are all coming from different parts of the world. We are here together because our world has evolved, and we do have the capacity to speak to each other. And that needs to become global, and we're far from that. Why has the UN, 75 years later, and again, talked about local solutions for the future, local solutions for global policymaking? It's because there have been discussions about what was missing. Why are we seeing more and more conflicts, despite all of the work we've done to bridge the gaps between each other? Why are we seeing difficulties that we were not facing before? Why, despite all of the efforts, are we not succeeding in facing these challenges upon us? Well, because maybe we've forgotten to go back to the roots. We've forgotten that we need to make sure that we listen to local realities, to local contexts, that despite the fact that we want to be a global world, we are different. Despite the fact that we want to all work together for common solutions, we come from different understandings. We need to take the time to go back to humanizing our approach. We need to listen to each other. We need to be able to understand and take that knowledge. We have knowledge. All of us here have knowledge. But the people most left behind have knowledge. The people that I've worked with, as I worked across, first as a war correspondent, then across the humanitarian development nexus in the most fragile areas of the world, from Haiti, Iraq, Afghanistan, Colombia, Venezuela. Every person that I worked with has something to bring to the table, but they're not necessarily listened to. They're not heeded to. And so decisions that are made for national interests, decisions that are made for global interests, are often far away from what people are actually needing to be able to be the leaders of the change. And so why am I showing you these pictures? I think we can scroll through them. These represent the Sustainable Development Goals. I think we've all heard of the Sustainable Development Goals. This is when I was in Colombia. I worked with women victims of conflict. And my goal in Colombia as the representative at the time of the Secretary General was to make sure that countries were able to take into their hands the application of Sustainable Development Goals, access to basic services. How are they going to lead the change? And so the work was with governments, but I said, no, the work needs to be with populations. And these women, victims of conflict, are not represented in the future of Colombia tomorrow. So let's go work with them. Let's make sure that we hear them. These women, through these artworks that they did, which are actually tremendously big, they all chose what the SDG that met their needs, their community's needs. And then they worked on it. They developed this artwork, but this is symbolic. It is a symbolic piece of artwork to showcase what they were going to bring to the table. And then they took this to their communities and they led the change. A lot of these women had to fight. 2 of these women were killed doing this work. And unfortunately, this has been my story since I started this 20-something years ago. What I learned through all of my different experiences was that people need to have a voice, women and youth in particular. But women are not free, still today. We are talking about the fact that we are very lucky to be here and be able to exchange with each other. And that we need to make sure we're inclusive. Women, men need to work together for change, but women are still very much left behind across the world. And the women I met, the women I had the honor to hire and to work with me, the women that took a microphone and took their voice in South Sudan, the youth who wanted to have a voice in shaping their future, that came at a cost. Battered, killed. We ended up in jail, I don't know how many times. kicked by security. I saw too many people die. Up until recently, I saw too many people, too many women, too many youth die because they wanted to be heard. They wanted to be dignified. They want to have a voice. If you do not give people a voice, we cannot attain our sustainable development goals. We cannot build peace and security. Access to basic services, yes, but let's listen to those who will tell you how they need to access their basic services, how they need to access their capacity to be part of the change. The conflicts we are seeing today are the result of the fact that we do not understand how to hear and how to listen. What is happening in the Sahel right now is dramatic. The consequences of climate change, the fact that weather patterns are upon us, is the consequence of the fact that we have not heard, listened, connected the dots. We have solutions. We have amazing technical tools at our fingertips that allow us to hear those most left behind. We have to make them happen. We have to do that, and we have to make sure throughout that we continue supporting each other to be free. I could go on, but I really want to leave you with a small video on women around the world who came together to talk about what it is to be free.
Uma mulher livre. एक आजाद औरत.
A free woman.
Uma mulher livre.
자유로운 여성은
Свободная женщина.
un homme qui est huru, une femme libre.
المرأة الحرة.
Es la mujer empoderada.
Her own choices.
Le choix de son avenir.
Bila kuogopa watu wana mtazamo gani kuhusiana na kile ambacho anakifanya.
Regardless of the standards and the inherited beliefs.
Uma mulher que tem autonomia sobre o seu corpo.
C'est une femme qui peut porter ce qu'elle veut.
She could be any woman walking down the street on any day.
그 사람이 승무원이든 기장이든
هي المرأة اللي بتكون صادقة مع نفسها.
Not conforming to any stereotypes.
Dan gak harus di rumah terus.
Asuna maka kuru unautse kanjani.
髪の毛とか背丈とかそういうことが関係なく
La liberté d'une femme, c'est dans sa tête d'abord.
Every woman doesn't strive for perfection.
und lässt sich nicht von anderen ihre Rolle vorschreiben.
हमेशा अपने आप को सबसे पीछे नहीं रखना पड़ता.
هيكون عندها صوت واسم وروح.
C'est une femme qu'on engage dans la prise de décision.
做出最适合自己的决定。
Tomar o poder para ela, para devolver para a maioria do povo, que é mulher.
Ее зарплата определяется ее талантом, навыками и опытом.
Itam Shabah Hayata, Akini Akei, Hau Shinang Sunuanki.
المرأة الحرة هي المرأة اللي ما بتخلي شيء يوقفها.
A free woman can start all over again as many times as she needs to. みんなが自由な女性なんです。
আমি একজন মুক্ত নারী।
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Helen.
Last but not least, let's work together to make sure we are all free. That's the future of our organizations and definitely the future of the UN. Thank you.
And thank you also for reminding us again also that this work is far too dangerous for far too many. Even the women sitting in Germany or in Switzerland or in Norway or in Italy, it's not only, oh my God, in developing countries or something like that. It's dangerous for a lot of women to do work for the planet, for other women. The obstacles can be really rough. The abuse, the harassment can be really horrible. And it's so unacceptable in this time. I know so many women, and I know there are women in the room here that maybe don't even talk about it because of the shame that somehow the invisible field of shame that's around also many of these topics, which definitely has to be dissolved into openness of beauty and starting again, because this is a very big part that ultimately holds women back. So the only thing we can do ourselves is to know and be a good listener for a sister in an organization maybe where she was harassed, in a home where maybe she was abused, and in speaking up for what was justice and what was right. And that's where now, as sisters and brothers, we need to support that, not hold back. Because holding back, then you actually become part of the problem. So this is where courage is needed, or love is needed, and our collaboration is needed. No, we have change makers here in the room, and I'm sure they might have also been abused, harassed, and so on and so forth. But there's also possibilities of just simple obstacles. So when Mirna comes in and she wants to have this organization led on purpose, inclusion, new language, and we are all, yeah, because we are agreeing with her 100%. But I bet there are people within the Iveco group who are also skeptical. So Mirna, what do you do when you are in a company with such a long history that have probably such a way of doing things within here? How do you handle the obstacles? And we don't need to go to the abuse part, but just even the little obstacles.
I think first you have to respect the history of the company. It is about finding out what this company is. And second, there is a strong collaboration and support at the leadership level. I've been supported. I'm not doing this alone. Yeah. This is the doing of the whole organization, not me. It's not my story. It's the company's story. And of course, yes, there are people who are skeptical, and it's difficult to show people what is the end of this and how it's going to be beneficial, because we are discovering things as we go. So you do not have the full process there. But slowly, people pick up. The more you involve them, the more they are part of making the story, they pick up. And finally, there are some people who will never get there, okay? So maybe a small percentage, we try to get everybody there, but there are some people who will never get there, accept that too.
Yeah, that's also interesting.
Yeah, that's
but
what
she
I would
mentioned
say.
this critic, engage people, engage, so I guess have everybody become part of that great new vision.
And the support, the leadership support in this being a project for all of us, not for one person.
Yeah, so it's back to the we need to do it together. Thank you, Mirna, for sharing that and accepting also what is that not everybody maybe is interested in this. And Lina, how about you too? I mean, you mentioned you have been in Japanese, you worked with the Japanese, you worked with Americans, now you're working with the Saudi Arabians. And you are in a huge transformation of circular economy and all these things. How is it within your organization? What are some obstacles you feel in your work? And more than anything, how do you overcome them?
Yeah, I think that they are, I correlate a lot what you are saying. I think that the part of the empathy to understand where the company is coming from. But also, in the other hand, to be always challenging the status quo. So I think that this is one part that I see always really important. Yesterday also in some of the talks, it was like, well, how we can change things for better. I think that is critical. The other part as well, I recognize a lot of the obstacles that you are describing. So especially when we talk about gender diversity, it is also who are the people that they are going to catalyze the change, and they are not women. In, I will say, chemical industry, just also on the numbers, 25–30% of the workforce will be female, the rest will be male. So it's really male-dominated environment. So that part, this is why also it's so important that you find the male that they are going to help you and they sponsor this change. So that part is the diverse part, and also the global piece, culturally also a lot of differences. So how do you find the common ground? Also, I think that as a women, sometimes we are quite good on facilitating. Also, yesterday was one of the talks that I felt quite related. It's not directing, if not more how we can facilitate, how we can help the organization to break silos, to talk to each other. So I think that these are some of the, I will say, things that probably for us, they are more natural. And then I think that is important to drive all these changes that we need to do, because I was talking that there are a lot of technical things that needs to be happen, but if there is no the willingness to do it together, it's not there. Yeah.
But thank you for mentioning this empathy and that part to try to understand each other as we build bridges. What do we have in common rather than what's so different amongst us, you know? So it's nice that we see these qualities we are talking about also as they're becoming more and more a way that needs to be the way. And Helen, also, you mentioned communication and how often it's very difficult to understand each other. And how do we overcome those obstacles also? What is your experience?
You know, how do we overcome those obstacles? I think we have to learn how to listen. I think we're in a world right now that is extremely busy. And so cutting through the noise, being heard, because we need to survive, and this I'm not talking just about the young, I'm talking about organizations. Everyone is looking right now to survive, to be able to get, everybody's looking right now to survive, to get their work done. And to be able to be successful in one way or another. And that means competition. And unfortunately, competition a lot of times means you stop listening because you just don't have the time, because actually you need to win, because we are in a society where you have to meet that goal. But hopefully, and so if we're not listening, we are not going to be able to meet that goal. Yeah. And I think that that's what's really important right now, is trying to take pause, understand how quickly the world is working, and how much, and answer those questions of, what am I doing? Why does it matter to the one I'm talking to? And that gets them to listen, and vice versa. I always use the rule of 3. Inform and be informed. That leads to engagement, and to be engaged, and that leads to mobilized action. Mobilized action is bridging the gap and understanding each other.
Yeah. Thank you so much. She mentioned this thing of everybody being so busy right now. And this is something we notice because it's also all the social media, all the things, it comes on so many channels to us all the time. So stepping back is important. I was sharing also with some of the young people on my team how it was to work before. Meaning, okay, in the you hear the memo, you list, here are the 10 things we're going to talk about in the meeting, instead of 7,000 million small messages, which is happening a lot these days, which is also causing sometimes stress. So we can look at these small things. What is it that we are doing? And I also want to thank all of you that give this meeting a priority, to have this time to pause, to learn, and give yourself, because we're going to win the time back, guaranteed. And also you mentioned the competitive paradigm, which is based on this. I have a goal, I have a need, and it seems that other people have maybe the same goal, same need, and I'm going to compete for it. So this is why we need also the more feminine paradigm now, so that we can look at how our journeys are also evolving and enjoying that at the same time, so we have this good balance. I want to thank the 3 of you for sharing your wisdom and your experience and yourself with all of us here today. So, thank you.
Thanks. Picture. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So this is a very good moment for me to ask Heike Hordeman to come up, who is a specialist in exactly how to deal with stress, hormones, and happiness. Heike, please. What? Oh, the microphone, yeah. I have a handheld if you, or this is quicker. Please go.
Do you want to? No, because I would like to use my hands.
Look here, I know. Yeah, okay. You are well welcome. If you want to use your hands and not talk with that one, I would like you to go down there and have this guy
Yeah.
speak, because I need to connect you to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what we can do then, we can think about this ourselves. What about this competitive paradigm that most of us, many of you are part of? You know, the goal setting, I'm going to win, versus the emerging paradigm of the feminine, let's say, or the doing things together. While she's getting wired up, we can share, or you can think and journal a little bit about that. It's okay. I can also share a little bit about Heike while we are waiting for her to get the microphone in place. She's born and raised in Germany, and she spent the past 2 decades in a fast-paced luxury hospitality industry. And she's lived in Brussels, Dubai. She's also one of our global citizens who have been all over the world. And then she started a new transformation as she was introduced to Yin Shin Jutsu, and the Japanese art of self-awareness. And that's what she's going to share with us here now, in a matter of seconds. Heike, can we get you up here on stage? Big warm welcome to Heike.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, I was insisting because I will need my hands for this session, and actually that's something I would like to ask all of you as well, to put down your pen and paper, because you'll be using your hands as well along with me. So thank you. Some of you have been asking me before, so what's the title of that you are going to talk about? CEO of your health and happiness. How is that going to work? So I would like all of you, whoever has ever considered themselves as CEO of health and happiness, to raise your hand. CEO of health and happiness. Now, who of you believes, so those of you who raised their hand, that you've been doing an incredibly good job managing your own health and happiness and you deserve a salary increase? Very few. Now, it's interesting because we never think of ourselves as the CEO of our own health and happiness, but really, I do a little bit like Alexia did. I start off with the end. And when I launched my latest website, I called it Semplicemente Essere Felice. And those of you who don't speak Italian, it means simply being happy. And it sounds so simple, and it actually is very simple. And we've been laughing about it yesterday at the table because somebody said, well, yeah, because, you know, if something is simple, we don't believe in it. And in fact, I remember the other day somebody came after a conference, a friend of mine, and she said, you know, it was really complicated what they've been talking about. Really, really interesting. And I asked, so, and what did they say? Oh, well, I didn't understand anything. So, what we are doing here is extremely simple because we remember. We don't have to learn anything new. We remember how to use our hands to help ourselves. And when we talk about healing, I am certainly not a healer, but I help others to help themselves. And this is maybe also where I see the relation to what the future company or the future in general could look like, that we learn again how to help ourselves. And you can fit that into any company, you can fit it into any family, because that's another interesting thing. But before I continue talking, I invite you to do the very first exercise together. And I would like you to hold on to your thumb. It doesn't matter, just take left or right hand, and you just hold on to it. You can place your hands again on your knees and just hold on to it. So, interestingly, because we have some really high-level CEOs here, And I've come from a corporate world as well. And my life has not always been as happy as it is, as you can see nowadays as well from my website. But I actually had a life full of, my last job was director of business development for a large hotel chain. And I've been traveling all of the time. And what I did in order to do something for myself, in order to gain me time, is that I would get up even, at 5 o'clock in the morning to do my practice. So I would try to do yoga, I would try to do meditation, journaling, all of these things. And I was just getting exhausted by doing all of these things. And then all of a sudden, obviously, along with getting exhausted, my back broke down. So I had an accident and I broke some of my vertebrae and I just couldn't move anymore. So that was the moment, of course, we've been talking about it, pivoting moments in our life when I had to change. So I started thinking about how could I actually change my life to become happy and healthy again. And that is when I met an Austrian lady who obviously has become a really good friend of mine, and she told me about that energy healing. And I thought to myself, well, it's going to be just yet another technique or another tool, and I had tried everything. And I just didn't want to learn anything new. And she said, no, it's all very easy. You just hold on to your fingers. And to hold on to your finger, by the way, I would ask you to swap and hold the opposite thumb. Holding on to your fingers is something that obviously you can do everywhere, in any moment. You can do that while sitting in a fantastic WINConference. You can do that while you are sitting at dinner, while you are sitting even in a boring meeting. And therefore, it's something that in big corporations, in particular people that are in leading positions, could be using this power of self-healing that we have in our hands. So I started doing this, it's called Jin Shinjutsu. So it's self-healing or energy awareness. It's a journey. And with that, I have to disagree on what somebody else said before, because not every journey has an end. In energy healing, we always say it's a journey without an end. And some people are, when we talk about energy, in particular, because I also sometimes talk in corporations about it, and in particular men may say, so energy, but what is it all about? And maybe for women it's easier to understand what energy is, because it's actually what brings us all together. It unites us. Because that's the common source that we all have. We are all made of the same material, whether we are white or black or blonde or dark-haired or tall or small, but we are all made of energy. And that's not something, of course, that I discovered, unfortunately. Einstein said that. He said, everything is energy, and that is all there is. So when I started getting better with my back, not only changed my physical condition, but what changed was my, what we call attitude, the way you live your life. And although I didn't even think of changing that, because of course I was more thinking of my back pain, it came automatically. And that's what happens if you start using the power of your hands. And as I said, it sounds very simple. It sounds maybe too simple, but it will work here. And I would invite you to do this practice. In fact, I would like you to carry on and also take your index finger. But before telling you about the finger, I said earlier on that I would like you to remember, and that it's nothing new that we have to learn. Now, when you took your thumb, did that ring a bell to anybody? Do you remember what you used to do with your thumb a long time ago, or maybe not long time ago? Depending on which quarter we are, second or third. Yeah, We used to suck our thumb when we were born. Well, most of you. Some may have taken another finger, but usually it's the thumb. And the thumb is actually related to our stomach and spleen energy. And we call it in Jinshin Jutsu the lifestyle harmonizer. So now you may ask yourself why a newborn has to harmonize its lifestyle. What do they have to digest other than the mother's milk? But if you think about it, and for a newborn, everything is new. Everything they see, everything they smell, all impressions during the day are new for a baby. And that's why they tend to have stomach problems, no? Most of them cry because they didn't digest properly. And that's why they suck their thumb, because they know per intuition that this is what they have to do. So now, I don't want you to start again sucking your thumb, but I would like you to remember that whenever you have to digest a lot, that may be after physical food, so it may be right after lunch, which will be in a minute, but it may also be at the end of a conference like here, where even though we've been listening to lots of interesting things, we have to digest it, everything. So whenever you feel tired, whenever you feel that your head is about to explode, you just hold on to your thumb. And more than anything else, you do that in the evening when you go to bed. So if you can't fall asleep, because you still have lots of things passing on by your head, then you hold on to your thumb. If you want to, you can also suck your thumb. I won't be telling you anybody, I won't tell anybody about it, but I usually prefer taking my thumb. So really, it's all very simple. And when I chose the title of the site, semplicemente being felice, so simply be happy, it's in our own hands. And what we have is help in our own hands. And what I do is I help others to help themselves. And as we are all sitting here together, most of us are women, only very few men. I mentioned that in the beginning. Whenever you sit together with even CEOs of companies, if it's female, at some point, necessarily, they will start talking about the family as well. And we had a few talks with some of the ladies here that were talking about their family at some point, because of course that's what we also have to manage. We never only manage the job, but we are CEO not only of our own happiness and harmony or wellness, but also of our family. And that's the second opportunity that we have. This self-help is something that we don't only do on ourselves, but we can teach it to our children. And if they learn it at the age of 3 or 4, then it's something that they will do all of their life. And they definitely won't get sick, and they will always be happy. And this is just a very last story, because I noticed that I've run out of time. But I remember a very good friend of mine, she had the son was 5 years old, I believe, and he was always feeling sick before he was interrogated at school. So she said, it's always the same. In the evening, he says he has a stomach ache, and then he doesn't want to go to school. And I told her, well, tell him, to hold on to his thumb. And so she did. So on that particular day, again, in the evening, he said, well, I'm not feeling well, I don't want to go tomorrow. And she said, well, she insisted, and she said, hold on to your thumb, but I want you to go. So he went to school the other day, and at the end of the session that they did, all of the kids had to lay down on the floor, like in a star form, and they took a photo of it. And all of the kids, boys, 5, 6 years, they were all laying down like this, and he was the only one who would still hold on to his thumb. So I could continue for ages talking about it, but I think it's about to digest the real food. So I thank you for your interest and for your attention, and keep on holding on to your thumb. Thank you.
It's very nice
Thank
to
you,
hear
Christine.
you. A present for you also. And you have a workshop on Saturday, so we can
Yeah,
learn so much
yeah,
more.
yeah.
You have like 90 minutes with her if you want to stay on. Thank you.
Thank you.
And as Heike
Thank you,
said,
Christine.
we are going to enjoy now the real food. Any messages, Teresa, before we... Do we have any messages?
No, we're good.
Yeah, so then we can get the light, let there be light. And we are now going to go for lunch. And after lunch, there are workshops. Today you can read about your workshops in the conference book. They're all described. There will be a choice of 5 different ones. So it's going to be a difficult one because they're all going to be excellent. And after that, we meet here in the plenary for evolving our leadership and our careers. So see you in plenary. In the afternoon, it should be 4 or 4:30, I think. Yeah. Okay. Bon appétit.
women leaders, as well as dual career couples. But I'm less important here. More important are the three speakers who we have this afternoon, who will start off this session. So this morning you had the big picture of the organization of the future, and this afternoon is the opportunity to dig further into detail and to see what are concrete actions that are being taken and concrete actions that can be taken to bring this whole question of diversity, equity, and inclusion further in organizations. So what I will do is I quickly will set the scene and then introduce the speakers to you one after the other, who will then have an opportunity to give you an introduction into this topic. And then after this, we'll have the opportunity with you to work further on this topic. And at the end of the session, you should leave home with some concrete ideas also for your own organization. So this afternoon, we have 3 case studies. We have Lina Prada from SABIC, as well as Mirna Zirekli, 2 private companies, multinationals in manufacturing, who tell us more about how things go in their organization. You may have seen that this morning, but now they will go further into detail. And also Taka Ndiaye, who is from a non-private organization, the United Nations, and she will give us an insight on how this organization, particularly the Food and Agriculture Organization, deals with gender issues, particularly with the people they work for in the field and who they serve. Now, the topic of this WIN conference this year is harmony. And when reflecting on that, I thought what I've seen recently with regard to harmony. And I came up with 2 instances which have been very much in the public eye. You may have seen that yourself or been aware of yourself. So you had, earlier this year, you had Jacinda Ardern, the Prime Minister of New Zealand, who stepped down from her functions after a successful number of years and also re-election. And she stepped down for interesting reasons, I would say, and she mentioned that, well, it was all a bit too much, and it was time to do something else. And we had a similar case a few months later, where Sanna Marin, another successful female prime minister of Finland in this case, also laid down her functions in order to do something else. And the 2 stories are similar in the sense of the reasons they evoked. They had enjoyed their position as leaders of their country, enjoyed also what had been achieved, but on the other hand, it was a lot, not only from what you would expect in the sense of difficulties with work-life balance in such a demanding position, but also what happened to them with regard to the publicity they got, particularly also as a woman. Social media and that took a toll. Now, first of all, I think that these were very positive developments in the sense that successful leaders are allowed to do something else for reasons that we have not heard before, and I think the 2 of them set a precedent which we'll see more, not only in the public eye but also in organizations. And the other thing is, and that's why it got me thinking about in relation to harmony, is that what actually happened to us 2 is that, and what happened, I think, to many of us, is that there is a you go through periods of disharmony or imbalance, for example, between work life, and And I think one of the reasons why many people are stressed and sometimes burnt out is that at all costs we try to keep that balance, to keep that harmony in different respects. And perhaps that's not always such a good idea. I think that the good thing which these two women leaders did is that they say, well, okay, now it's time to rebalance, so there we can create harmony again and go forward from that into perhaps a different future. And I noticed that also when I work with dual career couples, where there is often a lot of stress and challenges to be dealt with. And yes, there are periods where you get into an imbalance, and if you not handling that, then it can be very stressful. But I think at some point you can accept a period of imbalance or perhaps of disharmony if it's part of a longer term perspective. So I think that longer term perspective plays a role, so that you're not at all costs trying at all time with all the stress that involves to create that harmony, but have periods where one thing is more important and then another thing is more important, so that over the longer term of a career or lifetime you create that harmony that makes you happy. So this is not the topic of this afternoon. It's one of the many topics around diversity, equity and inclusion in organizations, but just a thought which I would like to put on the table for you also to reflect on as you go through this conference. So first of all, I'm pleased to invite to stage Taco Ndiaye, who is whose career has been made up with several things, but but particularly becoming an expert in gender matters, and that's also where she's responsible for in the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. Yeah, Taco is originally from Senegal, but has been working in several countries and lived in several countries in the world, and at the moment is based here in Rome in the FAO headquarters. So Taco, we'll look forward to hear you talk and react to that later.
Thank you, Paul. So I'm really delighted about what you said as an introduction, because we cannot have harmony without food. I think harmony begins with food. We've just enjoyed our lunch, and from time to time it's also important to reflect on how that food is produced, where are women in the value chains, and what are the inequalities at play in that sector. So I'm from the FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, and our core business is around food security, nutrition, poverty eradication, and as we do periodically, we release some reports to just look at the status of gender into that sector. Because when you work on gender, you need baselines. You need to see if you're making progress. And if you have no baselines, you cannot measure progress. So with that introduction, I will go quickly through the report, the main findings, some of the approaches that we found work in empowering women in agri-food systems, and also a few recommendations. Okay, I'll not make the same mistake as last year. So we launched this report in April 2023, so it's quite recent. It's a few months ago. We've actually had a series of launches, not only in Rome, but in Canada, in the USA, different presentations in Nordic countries and other parts of the world. So what the report does is that it really provides quite a comprehensive status on the situation of women in agri-food systems, beyond agriculture, to look into food processing, the marketing, the consumption, so throughout all the chain. So it really looks at different structural inequalities that are related to gender, and also how different intersecting social and economic factors are at play when we talk about gender in that sector. But also, there has really been an evolution, because the previous report that we launched about 11 years ago focused on agriculture. So here we are really taking it not only beyond agriculture, but also looking at what we call the social norms, you know, the underlying factors that are beyond the agricultural sector, but which influence the status of women in the sector. And how do we promote gender transformative change, working also with men to promote social change and justice. The other key dimension is that we are also putting gender as an objective in itself. Because usually what happens is that we tend to put gender as a subset of poverty reduction or you know, economic development, and not as an objective in itself. So here we really put gender center stage into the process of building inclusive, efficient, sustainable agri-food systems. So here is the first area of finding, is that globally 36% of working women are employed in agri-food systems compared to 38% for men. So the difference is not really much. What is important here is to see that there is somewhat a reduction in the numbers. So when you look at the women here, for instance, you see 2005 and then 2019. You see that there is a decrease in numbers between 2005 and 2019. And the same also for the men. So there's a decline in the number of people involved in agri-food systems. Could be due to mechanization and to different things, but the reduction is really in primary agricultural production. What we find also is that agri-food systems are a greater source of livelihoods for women than for men, especially in low and middle income countries, and that there are also many disparities. We talk about 36% of women overall, but when you look at some regions, it goes to 71%. So, but what we find is that women's contribution is very important. However, their working conditions are not ideal. They're really predominant in irregular, informal, part-time, low-skilled, very labor-intensive, and vulnerable forms of employment. Here is some of the data, for instance. When we look at the women in vulnerable employment, you see that 49% of women are contributing family workers. Family, you know, they work with the family, so it means that they may not get a salary, and their work may not be visible or recognized, compared to only 17% for men. So when you look into, so that is the agriculture, when you look into the non-ag segments of agri-food systems, you would see that men, you know, 75% of men working in that area work for a salary, compared to only 60% of women. So more men earn a salary from their agricultural work than women. So the other area of finding is about the productivity gap that, you know, for comparable farms in terms of farms of the same size, the land productivity is lower for women than for men. We also see that women earn less for the same work. So ILO has a lot of work to do there. That also the unpaid care work, the work burden of women within the home, deprives them from more time to engage in a paying job or income-generating activities. So here, on average, for instance, women spend 4.2 hours a day on unpaid domestic and care work, compared to 1.9 hours for men, but it's not really the reality. It's a global average. If you go to my part of the world in West Africa, it's double that, the amount of unpaid work performed by women in the agri-food sector. So here, when we talk about access to assets, resources, we also see that women really lag behind in different areas, whether it's about land, the inputs, the services, the finance, the digital technology. And there are particular areas where progress has really been so slow, and those involve, for instance, the extension services, the irrigation, the ownership of livestock, where really we haven't made much progress at all. So here also, when it comes to land, land is a very important asset, not only for the production, but you also use it as a collateral to access finance. And all the countries you see here that are above the diagonal are the countries where women's land ownership is a lot lower than men's land ownership. So you see that there are really not many countries where women have greater access to land compared to men. And even where women have land rights, the protection is low. So the legal protection of women's land right is low for 50% of those countries that have done something in the area of legislation. And when we talk about gender gap in access to mobile internet in low and middle income countries, this is one of the areas where there has been progress. We should also acknowledge that. So the gender disparities have reduced. So here, again, when we talk about social norms, the behaviors, the customs, there are a number of prevailing social norms that undermine women's right to food. There are a number of countries where they have food taboos. A lady was telling me that in her community, women cannot eat the chicken, or the eggs, or, girls are denied access to nutrient-dense food because maybe the community don't want them to menstruate too early, to grow too fast. And there are many countries where people still believe that it's not good for children if the mother is working. Or where sexual-based violence is tolerated, they feel that it is okay for a husband to beat up the wife. So those are very big challenges, and unfortunately, social norms are very difficult to transform. It takes a long time, over generations. So we find that also, when there are policies, they, like I said before, they really don't prioritize gender at the center. So you find a lot of gender in the problematizing. Women are vulnerable, they lack this and that. But once you get into the investment plans, where the actions and the funding really takes place, it evaporates. You have total gender evaporation. So here also, when we talk about coping mechanisms, during the COVID-19 pandemic, for instance, 22% of women lost their jobs in off-farm agri-food systems in the first year of the COVID-19 pandemic, compared to 2% for men. So women are more vulnerable to shocks. And we also felt that food insecurity was much higher among women than men. So there was an issue. And for climate change, it was also found that even when it's really hot, there are heat waves, women tend to remain on the farm working much longer than men. They don't really reduce their working hours. So some of the policy highlights are about gender transformative approach. It's not good enough to work on inclusion of women and girls in structures and systems that do not work for them. So we also have to change those systems and the structures. And that we can only do when we can change the discriminatory norms that underpin the gender entitlement systems in terms of who should own land and land of the same quality as men, or the gender division of labor, or the gendered patterns of production. You find in many countries that men are predominant in the higher, much more valuable yields where they can make more money, the export crops and so on. So we feel that closing gaps in land tenure is also really crucial, as well as access to child care, because then women can free time to go and work and earn a salary. And that group-based approaches are also very good in terms of increasing empowerment and resilience, and that social protection is also key for women's empowerment and resilience. And this will be my last slide, 3 call to action. The first one is about investment in high-quality research and data, because you need good data and analysis to inform the policies and the investment plans and the programs and the projects. Not only by gender, but there are also many intersecting factors, like the age and the social category at times, the urban-rural status. And we also have to intervene at scale. There are a number of actions, but they are projectized, smaller scale, and it's important to upscale the interventions so that we can close the asset and the resource gaps, and that from our analysis, doing that would increase the global GDP by 1% and provide food security for an additional 45 million people. And the interventions also must be intentional and focus on empowerment. So usually what we do is we always instrumentalize women, right? If you invest in women, then the economy would grow, and then this and that would happen. It shouldn't be. It's a basic human right. Women should be there in their own right, and not just because if you invest in women, you get a return on investment. So we should really increase, be more intentional, focus the programs and projects on women's empowerment, and that doing so could increase the incomes of an additional 58 million people and the resilience of an additional 235 million people worldwide. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Taka. You wanted to show a video, right?
Yeah, there's a short video.
Almost 4 billion people rely on agri-food systems for their livelihoods.
Half of them are women prevented from realizing their potential.
Held back by inequality and discrimination.
Marginalized
and denied agency.
Working in poorer conditions with lower wages. Carrying a greater burden of care and unpaid work.
Women have always worked hard for agri-food systems.
It's time to make agri-food systems work better for women.
Greater equality means
greater resilience, greater social, economic,
and environmental sustainability.
Empowering women and achieving gender equality
could bring huge gains.
Better agricultural production
and child nutrition.
Food security for 45 million more people.
Resilience for 235 million more people.
Global GDP increased by $1 trillion.
Change is within reach.
Women need more access to and control over livestock, water, and seeds.
And the land, technology, and the finance needed to grow their livelihoods. Eliminating discrimination
brings tangible benefits.
Intervention is essential at every level of agri-food systems.
Engaging with men and boys makes change happen faster.
Changing national policies and social norms is vital.
Ensuring that women have a greater voice in policy and decision-making.
Collecting high-quality data
can measure progress towards equality.
Working with groups and collective action
gives women greater access to technology
and improves resilience for whole communities. It's time to make the change.
Thank you. So before we continue, let me ask you a question, Taco. So you mentioned some impressive numbers, 4 billion people, 38% working agriculture and a few others. And we saw also on this video now how diverse the world is behind those 4 billion. And I was wondering, it's relatively new for the FAO to work on this compared to what the FAO started out after World War II, particularly focusing, I think, more on technology and crops and livestock and so forth. By now, can you tell us 1 or 2 success stories of where this has been working and actually has been able to have an impact on the quality and also on the food supply for people?
Yeah, there have been many success stories, and for instance, within FAO, we are the secretariat of the World Banana Forum. So the World Banana Forum, it's the banana business. It's several $1 billion a year, and that platform brings together all actors along the banana supply chain. From the producers, the processors, those who export the banana in different countries and so on. And for instance, what we do within that platform is, to help in terms of ensuring that there is non-discrimination in the workplace, that all the actors on the platform also apply this ILO Convention 100 on equal pay for equal work. And we've also very intensively engaging them on fighting violence against women in the workplace, on the plantations, sexual harassment, sexual abuse, sexual exploitation are part of that. So it's well documented. If you Google World Banana Forum, there's a lot there, including the work that is done on gender. So the other things that we do, for instance, joint programming with other UN agencies. There's one, for instance, on accelerating progress towards the economic empowerment of rural women, which was launched since 2012. So now we are just entering the second phase, and it's really about enhancing women's income, their rights in terms of advocating for women's land rights, but also better linkage to market opportunities, better institutional development of producer organizations, the cooperatives, the unions where the women producers are. So that joint program is run by FAO, World Food Program, IFAD, and UN Women. And it's been there since 2012. We've achieved amazing results. The partners came back with more resources to expand it to other regions as well. So it is still ongoing since 2012.
Great. One more question. Based on these successes you have achieved, the 2 you mentioned, for example, what have you learned? Are there things which really push the envelope, or is it a matter of taking each country separately and with its own approach?
What we've learned is that there are many areas where progress has been made. And you talk about normative progress, the laws, the policies, the programs, the intentions, they're all there, right? However, we still feel that in many cases, as I said, the gender equality is there as a subset to something else. For instance, we've been systematic in looking into the national agri-investment plans, because people have policies and then they need the investment plan to implement it. So when you look at the national agri-investment plans, but also these national pathways for agri-food system transformation that were elaborated by many countries in the lead-up to the Food System Summit, we realized that gender is not really the main focus. It's hardly at outcome level. What you might find is more around the output level, the activity level, you know. So we really need to be more intentional about being smart, because gender equality and women's empowerment is one of the smartest shortcuts to achieve food security and nutrition. And I think there's enough data to show that healthy and well-nourished and educated women, they're better producers, they're better investors, and they have healthier children with stronger immune systems who perform better at school. So there is a lot of data around that, just to see how women's status is correlated with family and child nutrition and societal well-being. So I think we should be more intentional in really making gender equality and women's empowerment the objective and the pathway through which we can accelerate progress towards food security and nutrition for all.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, let's turn our attention to Mirna Zerekli from Iveco Group. Mirna has a perspective from human resource management over the overall corporation with a focus on talent, where she is particularly responsible for. And in this company, Iveco, which is a manufacturing company, so they make things, they make trucks, and we look forward to hearing how they are doing, making progress towards diversity, equity, and inclusion. And just to mention, you've heard it perhaps this morning already, but just to repeat, Mirna is really from Syria and has had a long-standing career in different, particularly manufacturing companies such as Shell, but now for some years working on gender equality, among other things, in Iveco. So we look forward to what you have to tell us. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Can I have the presentation, please? Thank you. How are we doing?
Great.
Yeah? Energized? Why don't you stand up? Stand up a little bit. Let's have some energy. Huh?
Yeah.
Put your arms like this. Yeah? Stretch, 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 stretch. Take the right arm. Well done for listening so far, right? Okay. So, I'm not going to repeat the introductions that we did in the morning, but basically, I will show you one of the things that we implemented this year that gathers all of our thought process and philosophy around diversity, equity, and inclusion topic. What we heard from Taco is the wider impact of the gender equality. We are in a privileged corporate environment, despite the issues that we face every day, and we think, oh, well, how can anybody tolerate that? What Taco said puts things into perspective. What I personally learned after a burnout and a crisis at a certain time in my career, between Q1 and Q2, you usually have some sort of crisis. And then between Q2 and Q3. But what I learned is it's not about me. It's about others. So what can I do to further the impact of what I believe in? Right? Being in this company, making trucks, I'm actually excited about making these big vehicles and the technology associated with future mobility and how the whole supply chain of this works and how does it reach the customer and why is it important? Yeah? I'm actually very excited about that. There are some people who like that, some women who like that, and I am one of them. So it is fun to work where we are. We have fun every day. Not a single day is similar to the other. More importantly, we're very down-to-earth people. What you see is what you get. And we're trying to amplify that. So I am going to flip through the slides, and then go here. This year we launched something called the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Playbook. It's a literal book, but a virtual one, And there are many links to trainings, to material, to philosophy. We are connecting the dots for people and sharing our commitments and giving them practical tools to use, both at work and in their life. Yeah. So this is an attempt at reaching quite a number of people. There were many campaigns associated with this. The video you saw in my previous presentation, the one with the colors, is the manifesto for our diversity, equity, and inclusion. And diversity for us is more than gender. It's way more than gender, although the KPIs that we publish are gender-driven. Okay, so what does this book include? An explanation of our purpose and values, how we got there. What are we committing to do as a company? How did we involve everybody to do it? Examples of what we are doing in different parts of the organization. And as I said, well-being is under this umbrella for us. And we're doing some very exciting things, you know, mental well-being, those kind of things, which is a little bit revolutionary for a company like ours, right? So I just want to highlight that. For other companies, it may be the norm of how you do things. For us, that was a bit revolutionary. Then we embedded everything about inclusion and diversity in everything we do. So we changed the processes. We created steps in some processes to test bias, to make sure we are including everybody, to involve diverse people in making decisions, and so on. So across the employee life cycle, or the colleague life cycle, we have each an explanation of how is it we do that. And I will show you an example here. Inclusive language tips. Say this, don't say that, right? A different way of saying the same thing that might be excluding people. And some definitions, because we use words. And when you ask people, what do you mean by that? And then you get, I don't know how many different answers. Simple words like teamwork or collaboration. When you ask people, what does this mean? You get a different answer. And you think this is, oh, well, everybody knows that, no? So we tried to have the common words that we use in association with these topics really explained with examples so that, okay, are we all aligned on that terminology? Language matters. Words matter. They drive behavior. They drive how people understand them. The other big motto that we kept talking about was listening. And when we talk about listening, it's, so we always start by what is the difference between listening and hearing, and you go, hearing is noise, and listening is more interactive. And there are two types of listening to simplify, yeah, that we talk about. One of them is listening to respond. I wait for you to finish, so I can tell you how I don't agree with you and how my opinion is better than yours. Yeah? Then there is listen to understand, which is usually followed by a question. Try to explore what is behind what somebody is thinking. So we talk a lot about this concept, and we talk about it in everything we do. How we assess talent, how we manage conversations, how we facilitate decisions. We start always by reminding people of this, which is making a difference. It's a very simple step, but making a difference. And I said we will, of course, we used many languages. There is a dyslexic-friendly font that you can buy, which was developed by a dyslexic person, which I highly recommend that you use. So we did the book in that font. And sometimes I couldn't see the difference, but people saw the difference, so it works. And we had a sustainability week where we shared everything. There was 1 week across the company with lectures, initiatives, all of that kind of stuff, all over the world, and this was launched in that. When I said we look at the whole colleague life cycle, what we did is every topic we broke in 4 pieces. Why is this important? That's the first question we ask. If you don't know why you're doing something, what are you doing? So one of the first things, performance management is an anchor in any corporation, right? You don't touch it. It's like the Holy Grail. And it's a process that everybody's used to. They do it all the time. Everybody complains about it, but they still do it, and they believe that is the right way to go. And one of the first questions I asked when I joined, I was brand new, so I was allowed to ask all of these questions. Why are we doing this? And they looked at me like I'm from another planet. I said, seriously, why are we doing this? And I got blank responses, and I said, I think we've been doing this so long that we forgot why we're doing it. Mm-hmm. So reconnecting with the why allows us to see what doesn't work in something and how to engage more people around it. And challenging the status quo is also an important process. So we started with a definition, why is this important, our commitment as a company, and tips with everyone, and some education around the topic or quotes from people. So all the topics were outlined like this. Performance, engagement, whatever matters, recruitment, all of that kind of stuff. This is another one for engagement. And then we highlighted the language, the very simple, basic things around gender, around, I am presenting you the CV of this female engineer. It's like, it's an engineer. Female does not distinguish any, we need to put this Asian on a board. No. What are their qualifications? This is demeaning. Yeah. Why is this important? Disabled people. Yeah. There are some things that we do not know when we are saying that we are excluding people with it. People are people. So we started to actually talk about these things and make them part of how we run our business, and this at the highest levels. Yeah. I realize I'm still thinking about Taco's presentation, and I realize we are in such a privileged position to be able to talk about this, right? There's a bigger issue. We also need to make our environments as best as we can, thinking how do we impact others. So we volunteer, we try to extend our value beyond our organizational borders with this exercise. Now, I will stop here. I just wanted to give you a flavor of what's inside this thing and the context that we are in. Thank you.
Thank you. I find this concept of language, Mirna, fascinating and very important. Putting different meanings on the same word leads to a lot of misunderstandings, and behind that there's a lot of assumptions and feelings and norms as well sometimes. So when you worked on that and came up with new definitions, could you give us some more examples of words that you have been able to redefine or define in a way that everybody understands it in the same way and appropriately?
Teamwork, for example.
Yes.
There is a gender perspective in how you do teamwork. So teamwork is like, generally speaking, and I'm generalizing here, it was not the same answer from everybody, but overwhelmingly, when you ask men what teamwork is, it's like, well, you're part of a team, It's like a football team, you know. You have the coach, and then the coach has everybody has a position in this team, and there's a hierarchy, and you do what the coach tells you to do, and then you support and you play for the team, right? Most of the women would answer, well, it's about supporting each other and talking together and having a collective environment and having each other's backs and giving the same space to everybody. Yeah? So you see values and the way to talk about it is different. It's not the same thing. If you have a circle where everybody has an equal space and an equal standing, it's very different from a team structure of football. So we tried to figure out what are the key words. What do you mean by saying the big words? One of the things in our values, we definitely did not want our values to say sustainability, diversity, integrity. We did not want that. Because if you looked at every competitor values that we had, they were all the same. You wouldn't figure out what is this company. Mm-hmm. And who are the people inside the company. So we tried to find our words to really attach to our feelings, not just the facts.
Yeah, fascinating.
Yeah.
Now, behind this book, there's actually a book which you made for your organization. There's a lot of work behind there to come to that result. And how did you go about it? What was the process that you followed, the resources that you put in?
So we did it internally. We did it with life stories from people in the company. We also had a great communication agency and team supporting that, because the photos, the structure, we shot some videos that went with that. So our communication team really took the mantle on this one. But the rest is a summary of everything we've been doing throughout the year. So it was just about getting the thread of the story there. For the language, we had an expert to try and help us through this. Because remember, the layer is not just what you mean by the words. We have different nationalities and different languages. English was not the main language. Mm-hmm. So sometimes you translate a word, like, for example, in our purpose, it's the purpose starts with home of unique people and brands. Home does not translate in Italian. And the majority of our people are Italian. So, and we didn't want to change it to house, because we are not a house, we are a home. Home has a feeling with it. Oh. And it took us months just for that single word to debate what Italian word we should use. So we decided not to go with literal translations anyway. And we said, okay, so let's capture the feeling of that word. And we worked on 7 languages exactly like this. So there's the bias in the language. Then there is the translation. How you think. Most people think in their home language, in their native language. And then they translate as they speak. There's a whole world in that space. And I personally enjoyed it. As you can see, I'm passionate about this.
It is. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Our third speaker for the day is Lina Prada. She is senior leader in SABIC, and she looks at things from a line manager perspective, because she's a line manager in this organization. SABIC is also a manufacturing organization, but unlike Iveco, you don't see it rolling on the streets. They make things we usually don't see, which are hidden in many of the products we use, but nevertheless important. It's a Saudi-owned company. And Lina works there as a Spaniard, having worked for other companies before. So we look forward to your story, to see what SABIC does with regard to D&I going forward.
Okay. So I will do as you did. I'll go to the slides of this morning, but I will elaborate a little bit. So I go quick to the one that I want to explain you. that is actually this one.
Sorry, so fun.
As you said, I'm the line manager, but then I'm not sure how much I explained this morning. The last year and a half, I was asked to lead for the whole R&D organization about diversity and inclusion effort. So this is way, or when I started to put it much more focus about it and to understand which are the things that we have to be different within the company. And one of the things, certainly at company level, there were quite a bit of, I would say, umbrella initiative, but this was really much more supported by our CTO, but bottoms-up approach. So the first part, I had the same feeling that Mirna, like how privileged we are, compared with your stories, Taco, so really, really different perspective, but also being on this global company, I think that the first part is about cultural differences. So things on the day-to-day about understanding how the decisions they are being taken on the, for some of the people on our team in US versus some of the decisions or the decision process on Saudi Arabia. I think that these are some of the things that we will have specific courses about it, as well to understand, for example, that part. The other piece, certainly, and I want to spend a little bit more of time on the one of gender diversity, we had quite a bit of debate about numbers. Is this about, well, you are talking about diversity as a number of females in the company, and I was mentioning this morning the 30% on the chemical industry, but and for us we will be around globally 20%, but of course it differs a lot region to region. So in the big context, it's much more important how you look to these things regionally. It has a much bigger impact, and also the needs, not only on the number, if not the needs that the different cultures they have towards it. Yeah? And maybe a couple of examples there. We talk of diversity and inclusion, and then we had discussion with our European team. And then we asked for volunteers. So I was there in the first meeting with my Excel sheet, like almost to have a feeling about how many people there were, of the different nationalities, because in the center we are probably 30 different nationalities just in the Netherlands, so it's quite diverse. Then also if there were people from this department, so I did my Excel sheet, female years in the company, and then at the end of the meeting, I realized that I was missing a group that actually was the biggest group in the location, that they were Dutch males. So none of the Dutch males volunteered to be part of the diversity and inclusion discussion. So to me also said quite a bit about awareness. So probably the people that they didn't feel, some of the people that they volunteer is because they didn't feel included enough. It was not about the diversity part, because they thought that they could contribute more. So basically, then I pull 3 Dutch guys also to be part of the discussion, and then they are extremely active. But I think that the initial part of awareness is really important. And then the other example on what we did in the other extreme, so I'm telling 20%, 25% female in Europe. In Saudi Arabia, the numbers, they are lower. Yeah? So right now, they will be lower than 10% females. There is where we have most of our manufacturing production, historically really highly male dominated on that operational teams. There, the discussion was different. So it was more when I was trying to discuss with most of the males there, so most of the volunteers, they were males. Well, the discussions they were starting, I cannot hire females in some of the center So we have 3 big locations R&D. In one of them, one of the guys, I cannot hire females because I don't have a toilet for them. Yeah? So just also, again, putting on perspective some of the different, even basics that you do in each of the region. So then I said, don't worry, tell me how much it costs. That should not be an excuse. I got money for them. That they could not be an excuse that they didn't have facilities for ladies. But that, so the kind of work that we have to adapt to the region, also really, really different. And also about some of these managers mentoring females, because some of them, they've never worked with females reporting to them or the other way around, or having a female like a manager. So these are also some of the things that, again, is not that they don't want to do it, it's new. And I think that as everything new, it takes time. So just also to put a little bit on context, some of these global differences related with the diversity. So the initiative, so they are global initiative that we are taking, but also the regional ones. The piece, for example, also that we try to combine, and is this one of the generational, also so different region to region. So most of the team in KSA, in Saudi Arabia, it will be young people. So how do we make sure that then we are bringing people with experience, knowledge, and then in some of the cases, it will be just hiring experienced people, really targeted. In some of the cases, how do we provide education that people, especially in the country, they can go to get PhDs on the kind of topics that they serve the purpose on the kind of work that we need to do. And also there, recently we are trying to launch a program that hopefully, so this is, I think that not even internally, but we will put it really soon externally, to get to do a recruiting or hiring a program, innovation leadership program that we try to combine to get young people in the company, but also a little bit saying, well, we want that at least 50% they are female, 50% they are male, a little bit to force, especially on some of the regions, that we can speed up faster with some of the numbers, especially at the entering in the organization. I mentioned roughly or quickly this morning about the SILK, this advisory board for our CEO, that Claire has been part of it for a few years. So if you are interested, she can explain you a little bit more during the workout session. And also you were talking as well, and I think that I was telling you there are quite a bit of similarities. At the end, we are struggling on the corporate world with the how do we transform on this. About what is the definition of the next generation leader. So how do we prepare the people today to be the leaders of the future, which kind of behaviors, and quite a bit of the behaviors, also being really technical company, manufacturing background, it's really difficult for the people, the soft skills part, to think about talent development. So we have what we call the civic leadership way, in which, that it will be some of more how we, of course, it's about delivering, so excellence driver, but also talent champion, collaboration partner, and then also innovation pioneer, the things that I was saying this morning on the innovation part. So for some of the people, the excellence driver is the easy one, because this is, if you are an engineer, what you do in your job, the rest it will be more difficult. So we spent also quite a bit of time, and not only with the leaders, so it's with all, every employee is a leader. So it's as individual, how you make sure that we basically work on that part. So this is a bit, that part. The piece on the competencies, and that is also, I put one of the words of our, I will say until recently, our previous CEO, that he was talking about upscaling the workforce. So how do we make sure that we are enabling and giving the tools to the workforce to adapt of what is needed to make sure that we have an agile organization. And then I talk briefly about these STEAM competencies, so on science and technical. So the part that also looking there at diversity, it's really difficult to grow your females in the company to more than 30% when the females studying technical studies, they are around that average. So there are things that also we are doing, I will say, in some of the countries, teaming up with high schools, inviting them to our facilities, that they know a little bit more what we are doing, to talk with some of us, that that they see that you can do this kind of job, the same thing that you can do a finance job or wherever. Then also the other part, programs in which we are mentoring girls also is called Technovation. So also if you are interested, we can share that some of our colleagues, they have been mentoring girls of high school to do certain technical programs. So it's for a few months, and then there is a kind of global competition. So also to promote that females, they are doing technical studies. So this is the other piece. And of course, the part that sometimes we struggle in our day-to-day, I always said, well, I'm an old generation. Everything, and Claire knows really well, everything that is digital is a little bit far away to me. And also on top of that one, I don't know about you, but as a female, I'm not even interested sometimes. My husband is, but I'm not. So I go to my daughter, she is. So how these new things that they are so important as well on skills to make things different, because I think that this is also the other part on having the different views, how we make sure that we have people in the organization that they are helping us to do that part. So that is also another of the things. And then what I put there is the competency model. Recently or during the last as well, probably 1 year, we have been doing an effort company-wide on that every individual assesses themselves versus what we think that there are some of the competencies that they are needed on their job for the future. And then is strategic workforce planning is basically doing the consolidation and is helping us to do, of course, the resource planning to grow, because there are big growth plans, but also in which competencies or which are the competency gaps that we have, and we need to put our efforts. And then maybe the last part as well on the diversity part, you were saying about the language. We can also learn a lot, but simple things like when we go to recruit people. I mean, obviously, if you go with 2 male to a technical university, nobody will like to work for you, because if there is only male working there, why as a female I should do it? So also, especially in Europe, we put quite a bit of effort to make sure that when we go to university recruitment events, there is always, there is a female and there is a male with our HR team to make sure that also, we make it more appealing. And I think that these are small things, but quite important as well. And then the last part that is more about the culture on the company, the other reflection that I will have, and you were saying on my experience, actually, when I started my career, I worked for General Electric, so American company, all the top management, they were finance people, really taking a lot of risks. So it was the risk appetite, but then you were measured on the quarter. So it was the quarter performance, what it was driving the next one. And then, Sabic acquires, and the first 2 years, it was a little bit transition, so I didn't notice so much, but then, completely different culture on the Saudi side. Top management, it was not finance background anymore, they were manufacturing background. So most of them completely risk adverse. So then that one, I will say in one part is yeah, it's challenging. In the other part, I think that there is a lot of opportunities. If you plan the things correctly, then you go for it. And I think that that is also really important for the kind of work if we need to do innovation or wherever. So I will say the balance is like how you make sure that the organization is agile as well. And I think that that is one of the things that still I can share we are struggling with, how we make sure that our organization is more agile. Openness is there, but the agility piece is the one that probably we need to put also a little bit more of effort. And then the piece also there on the new models, and I would like to spend 2 words on the collaboration piece. So my team knows that always on most of my pages, it doesn't matter what I'm talking about, I have 2 words, innovation and collaboration. Because I think that is not, and even leading a technical team, the people by default, they will have the technical skills. It is how they work together. And that one internally, but also externally. And that is also the big change that I've been seeing in the chemical industry. 10 years ago, we will not work with our competitors. I mean, you try to do your best and to compete. This morning there was somebody talking about competitive. I think that the world has been changing also a lot. The changes that need to happen, they are so big that then you need also to make sure that you work together to make it happen. And also with the value chain, whoever are our customers, but also the people up front. I was also mentioning about the circular economy. If we don't understand how the people that they are recycling the waste or what they are struggling with, and we listen to them, we cannot see what kind of materials we need to develop to make it easier. So I think that these are also some of the of looking different or thinking different way to approach the situation today. So I hope that I gave you a little bit also on more granularity on the things that I explained you this morning.
Thank you, Lina.
Yeah,
Thank
no
you.
problem.
Let me ask you a question, Lina. So you mentioned you plan to go for 50-50 gender balance recruitment, so also to change the generations in the organization and from bottom up build the gender balance. What do you do to, and that will lead to a new generation and so forth. But how do you teach, to put in that work, and how do you develop the old generation leaders who have to be the bosses of these new generations and particularly then all of a sudden have to manage women and develop women? How do you develop them so that they don't frustrate all those great efforts you've done to recruit women?
Maybe a little bit on the clarification. It's not that all the recruitment we are targeting 50-50. It's just for this specific program that we are going to launch, that it will be with limited number of people. It's a kind of a small program, only targeted PhD. Just disclosure about it.
No, fair enough.
So 2 things. So we had also quite a bit of discussions on some of the even basic training on unconscious bias. So that one we are right now rolling out on all our European leadership team. So it's ongoing. But also, as I was mentioning, small things like mentoring. And then we have mentoring programs in which in most of the cases, well, I will be mentoring quite a bit of people on the organization, female or male. But also, one of the things that we said is that, well, all the male managers, they should mentor a female. Because as I said, in some of the places, like in Saudi Arabia, they don't have even ladies on their team. So there are simple things, I will say them from the point of awareness, because then by listening to these females, they can understand a little bit what is bothering them, what do they need, or whatever. So I think that is starting, but there is still a journey to do. But also the other part is that, and I always use, because I've been doing a lot of also in the past quite a bit of change management during reorganizations or restructurings of the company, and also you talked this morning, we need to find the males that they will do this catalyst change, because I think that these are the males that also, it will not be only like me as a female leader, it will be my male leader colleague, the one that probably can cause even bigger impact that I do, if they are leading by example by doing that. So I think that there are few of these really strong advocates in the company on diversity, and these are the ones that they are sponsoring also some of these initiatives. I mean, the sponsor of the initiative that I say is leader is our CTO, that is basically a male. So I think that these male role models, they're also really, really important. As important as the female ones to do the change, because most of the leadership still is male dominated.
Thank you. You mentioned this example of the toilet in the facility, which was an obstacle to having women working there too. So that's a very concrete obstacle, and they exist and they need to be taken away. Are there other examples of such concrete obstacles you need to take away, of things you had to put in place to make it not only possible, perhaps also attractive for women to work for your organizations?
I think that on making it attractively, well, chemical industry today is not the most appealing industry for anybody. If you go to universities or wherever, I think that is difficult, that piece, wherever they are female or male. I think that the part that we are trying to leverage, and we could leverage more, is that what are we trying to achieve? And I was talking this morning about, well, we need to do so much on sustainability. So what is the purpose? And I think that women will feel much more attractive, or more attracted to work for a purpose than not anything else. Also, the young generations, they are working much more for a purpose than our generation, that probably we just wanted to have a job and to live from it. So I think that it could be, if we are able to use it properly, it will be the best way to attract young people on the chemical industry in general, not at SABIC in general, but also females versus potentially some of the males. Because we are getting some of the feedback as well on from the universities or wherever.
Thank you. All right, there's a few minutes left, but I would like to give you the opportunity to ask a question to the panel, one of the panelists, or share an experience of yourself, or tell us something you don't agree with. I mean, we are there for that as well. Sila.
Hi. Well, thank you very much. This has been really, really enlightening. But I have a question for Myrna, because I was interested. I was interested to see that there was unconscious bias there, because we talk a lot about gender inclusion, diversity, and all of that. And we talk about how we need to, overcome unconscious bias. But how do you do that in practice? Because I think managers and directors, they know about it and it's talked about it. And so basically my question, you can understand the skepticism in this all talk, and yet the numbers are not changing. And so how do we actually break down and make the unconscious conscious and actually drive change? Thank you. Maybe to all the...
Yeah, I think it's a valid question for all three of them. I think
it's a huge topic. Our brain receives millions and hundreds of millions of bits of information. It can only process consciously, according to your neuroscience, 40 bits out of hundreds of millions. So the space where the unconscious is vastly more than the conscious. And there is a big difference between the capacity of the brain and our ability to process. Therefore, I do not believe we can eradicate bias. I believe we can reduce it. So it starts with how do you catch yourself? How do you, being aware of your triggers. There will always be something you're not aware you're doing. Yeah. So how do you catch yourself? How do you invite feedback? How do you invite discussion about certain topics? We are starting to talk about that, do that training where people, it's not really a training, it's just some thought-provoking ideas and then an actual discussion between people. And we want to keep doing it every year because your reaction, my reaction, anyone's reaction to it is different every time you talk about it. I believe it's by creating the habits of questioning, being aware of the triggers, inviting feedback, and being conscious that we all have it. The branding of the activity that we do is hidden biases of good people. So the theme is find the hidden one. Yeah. So there's like a journey where you figure out one hidden bias that you have. So it's about repeating it. It's about being open that you are doing it, but you don't know what it is you're biased about, and you invite other people to share their impact. I cannot give you a complete answer, because it's about the consistency.
Yeah, thank you, Miriam. Yeah. Taka, you want to say how you encounter unconscious biases in the work FAO is doing?
Yeah, well, when I presented, I focused today on the producer and how women contribute into that. But within FAO, we also have a very complex gender management system with a big network of gender focal points and alternate. I think we have about 220 people on the network, but we have other mechanisms. We have an incentive and reward system where now we have managed to include into what is called the Employee Recognition Initiative, which is an initiative where every year 200 people in the organization are recognized for their good work. And what we did was to work on a specific criteria on diversity, inclusion, and gender equality in the workplace, so that you can also get rewarded for your performance on that by the Director General and so on. So I think FAO as an organization is also moving a lot towards the work on behavioral science and conscious bias. And I feel that the debate on diversity and inclusion and gender equality is a lot more complex now than it has been. When I started, it was women, men, pretty simple. Now there's a number of categories in between. And we also do a lot of work on intersectionality, because if you are a young black woman in a Muslim community, you're in a different location than another young could be black in another community. We also look into those intersections and how they reinforce each other to create more marginalization and inequality, and just be aware of it and see how to systematically also address that and so on. Like sexual orientation is still a big issue in my organization. People come to me asking for solutions, and I don't have much because the organization doesn't yet have a policy on that. So I would say it's a lot more complex, and baby steps. Every time we improve a little bit, and we are doing more on unconscious bias. Thank you.
Thank you. Nina, you want to add something from your
Yeah, you explain a bit on some of the initiatives, but I think that still to me the more important word is awareness. This is where everything starts. And also, in general, and on my own experience, what it helps is also to give the opportunity to have experience in a completely different environment. Because that is a little bit what it will stop with the stereotypes that you had up front. And I think that by living by themselves, I mean, I see it especially also, we have some of these programs sending people from region to region or wherever. And I think that then, and I think that that opens the eyes about, well, even to myself, the perception that I had more than 10 years ago, the first time that I went to Saudi Arabia, about how it was going to be, and how in reality it was completely different. So I think that some of these things, going through the experience, of course, it helps. It doesn't mean that we can do it with everybody, but awareness is the word for me.
Okay, we come to the end of this corporate forum. Time for a break. Thank you for being here and for listeners and engaging us. Thank you, Taco. Thank
One
you,
question.
Mayo.
Do you allow one question?
Yeah, for me that's fine. Yeah, it's always best to have people
Can you hear me?
to
Brilliant.
overrun.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the panelists. It's been a pleasure to listen to all your journeys and your learning. My question is in terms of what tools and techniques have you used to deal with resistance to change? For diversity and inclusion to work, there needs to be a buy-in from the people within the organization. So once Pandora's box has been opened, I'm sure the information that's come out may have not been what you've expected. So how are you addressing this in your organizations?
Who would like to?
In one word.
But a short answer, yes.
Yeah.
Looking for a break.
I think sponsorship is very important. And understanding that this is a long way. It's not a quick fix. So if that's my short answer to you, is keeping a council, a key sponsor group who are active and connected, including the CEO, of course, then you keep the momentum and you move things forward.
And if I may add there, not pushing it. Because I think that also, I always say that there is a delicate line about how much you want to change the organization versus the capability that has the organization to change at the speed that you want. And I think that because then it can be counterproductive, especially when we are talking about diversity. I think that also, in my experience, I will like, as I said, that we could have been able to make bigger changes, but I think that it will be much faster the change if we do it slow at the beginning, because it requires time in some of the regions especially.
Anything you would like to add? Dealing with resistance?
Yes, in my view, it's important to make things visible. Like in my, at FAO, we have provisions for gender parity. But what happens is when you actually look at the organogram from management level, you lose the women. When you go lower, you have more women, but once you get into a certain position, you kind of lose them. So now we have to report on a number of mechanisms around gender parity. So every 3 months now, the Human Resource Office has to present a report to see how we're doing as an organization. So that's one part. And the other part is that the DG has established a women's committee and a youth committee. So I am in the women's committee. The beauty of it is that there's no hierarchy. And the chair of the women's committee is a deputy director general, so therefore she has direct access. And all of us, whether director or whichever level you are at, you know, we are all vice chairs of the Deputy Director General. What it brings is to create these groups organizing constantly, because the regular meetings, people talk about the issues, it's a freer space. There are a number of virtual teas. Every month we have one, for instance, on a particular topic. And it has been very helpful in a number of areas, you know, since last year now, you can take a few additional months of maternity leave if you want, and it is fully paid. And that is because of all the advocacy of the Women's Committee. The women consultants before also did not have, you know, some rights when it comes to maternity and things. And, you know, little by little, as people approach the committee, there's no hierarchy, so there's always direct access to one of the vice chairs. People have been raising issues, and we find solutions. Because if the Deputy Director General goes to the Director of Human Resource, it makes a big difference. Because of the hierarchy. She's at a very strategic.
It's another example of sponsorship.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you very much, Taco. Thank you very much, Mira. Thank you very much, Lina. And thank you. Enjoy your coffee break and the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Dica. Ble. Che sarebbe quell'uno che cercavo? Ok, e invece gli altri due come parlano? Ok. Ma perché non passi di là, amico? Mi fai una cortesia, guarda, perché non gli falta...
Però prima
Prego, prego. Ora chiudo la chat.
Io però
Levati
devo
la...
bisogno.
No, penso ho fatto così insieme, scusa. Ah, devo chiudere lo stream è l'uno, mix
So now let's get people. Posto di Marcello di là. Ok. Ok, aspetta un secondo. Ok. Okay, let's get going. So can everybody out there in the coffee break come back into the room, please? So can I get somebody in my team to close the doors to the first doors here? Yeah, thank you, thank you. Thank you. So, just a few things before we start. You know, let's lift our hands and let's begin, because otherwise everything is, or time will be screwed up. Just a few little things. Thank you, thank you. So you got this one yesterday. This is the WIN book with the whole program, the agenda, sponsor information, team information. And then we have one more book. We have this one also of all the speaker and some of the participant profiles. There are others too that didn't upload their profile, so they are not in the book, but those of you that did that are in this book. And then there is a third book that actually only came today, I think, or some got it yesterday, but not all of you. So if you didn't get this one, then make sure you get one. And this is the learning book. So all the questions of every day is here, and it's for you also to reflect and journal in the morning, in the evening, your daily learning and so on. So it was a little bit left behind yesterday, so I just wanted to give special attention to this one today. And also all the networking principles of WIN of all times that follow also the card that we went through yesterday of being open, ready to connect, and so on and so forth. So you can read up on that and enjoy and use this one for notes, as well as the other notepads. So now we are starting with a session called Evolving Our Leadership and Our Careers. And many of you have been running around a little bit, so I felt a little bit that maybe we need to take a deep breath before we go to the next thing. And we don't have a musical instrument either. But can I ask you all to close your eyes, if you feel comfortable with that, and just take a deep breath. If you manage to breathe with your belly, that's always a nice thing. Breathe in, and we breathe out. And we breathe in, and we breathe out. And if you have many thoughts going around in your head, just think about them as clouds that are passing by. And now I would like you, I'd invite you to really feel that your feet are on the ground. And if you're really high heels, either you take off your shoes or you imagine they're touching the floor. And if you don't reach the floor, perhaps you would like to stand up like I do. So we really want to feel that we are rooted into the ground. So underneath the sole of our feet, from the toes to the heel to the middle center part, they're roots and they're going down into the earth. And then we roll our shoulders back. We open up our chest. And then imagine also that there is like a line off above your head. And above your head, like 30 centimeters above it, there is like a helium balloon that's pulling your head up, making you taller and taller and wider. And your hands are either on the side of your body, curved slightly inwards, or resting on your lap. And we read a little bit more now. And we go back to the core of our feet, to the sole of our feet, and we go back to our roots. And now imagine that all far down these roots are going all the way into the core of the earth, the center of the earth. And imagine there is like a sun in the center of the earth that is giving you energy going up all through the sole of your feet, your legs, your knees, your thighs, your genitals, your stomach, your ribs, your chest, your face. It's all filled up by this light from the core of the earth. And also on the back of your body, you feel up your spine, up your neck, your head, all this down your shoulders, your elbows, your hands is now filled up with the sun of the core of the earth. And all above you, it goes up to the core of the center of earth, of the heavens. There's another sun that's shining upon you. And you feel this light now, it's shining on you, onto your stomach, your heart, all of you filled up with this light. And behind your back right now, there's so many little smiles that are coming. Many smiles. And as you breathe into these smiles that are coming behind your body, and you breathe out, and these smiles are coming up in the front of your body, filling you up with sunny smiles. Take another breath. And we breathe out these smiles. And if some new thoughts are coming to you, just let them pass like beautiful clouds on a sunny day. Or again, you go to the sole of your feet, feeling this rooting to the center of earth. And now you feel how the people around you, that we are all in one nice space together, and that the whole room is filled up with this smiley light. And we are so protected and so together in this beautiful silence of this space. And we take another breath. And we shake our shoulders and our arms a little bit. And we open up our eyes. Another space, little breath. And here we are, and back into the common space, not in many different places. Here we are. So thank you for joining me in this little journey. And now I'd like to ask Marcello, and I'd like to ask Wendelin, and I'd like to ask Gloria to come and join me for this first part of this afternoon segment. Marcello, Wendelin, and Gloria. So I'd like to introduce our friends here this afternoon. Over there we have Marcello Precisi, and he's an associate professor at Lewis Business School. He's also board member and founder of various foundations, and he is a journalist of profession, communication expert and consultant. And Rome is his hometown. So thank you for hosting us.
My pleasure, Kristen.
Yeah, good. And our next speaker, I also introduced Wendelin at the same time as I have you here. She's living in Holland. She's an art historian. Historian, okay, but she's very passionate about philosophy and everything that we come from, and how that can help us in the current moment as we move forward. She's also a coach and a very, very reflective woman also when it comes to putting the past and the history of women onto the map today. And Gloria, she's the CEO of Jazz. I met Gloria, I was thinking it was 20 years ago, but perhaps it was 19. And she's also working with corporations, working with people, and also a good experience from the theater. And she's an amazing human. We spent time together in Nigeria and in various places in Europe. So it's great to have you back and to see all of the three of you here today. So it's going to be a good time. Marcello, I would like that you start.
Thank you.
Are you ready? You can stand, you can
Yeah,
walk, you can sit. There's so many
it's
options.
okay, I'm comfortable here.
Yeah, good.
I was stand up for more than 3 hours this morning with my students, so I would really prefer to be sitting. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I'm super happy to be here with Christine, with you all. For those who don't know me, I'm a long member of the advisory board of WINConference. Probably then 10 years ago, right, Christine? I might be wrong, but probably 10 years ago. I remember very well when I met for the first time, Christine. We were, I think, in an embassy USA dinner, like with the other friend. And there were lots of discussion about woman empowerment, pay gender gap, all the things that you know thousand better than me, naturally. But it's funny because 10 years ago, there were not so many associations, not so many reality and foundation, I would say, company that were interesting in your field, you know. So I remember when we discussed it for people also coming from the embassy, they were like a bit shocking, also with some CEO, some director. I remember in their eyes there was some ideas about what they are talking, why they are so interested in this field. So why I'm telling you this? Because now you are one of the most important global networks all around the world, and needless to say, that's just a reality. And it's great to have Christine here as a pioneer that teach. I'm literally teaching from you, Christine. Every year I'm learning something about your movement, so it's a great pleasure for me to be here. I will not take him so many times. I'm just reading some text. It's part of my editorial. I'm also a columnist. As Christian said before, I'm certainly one of the advisory board. Christine, I might be sure, but I'm probably the only Italian of your advisory board member, right? Not the only man, but there are some few men, but I'm certainly the only Italian. And just writing some maybe ideas about the soft skill that maybe some leader needs to have in the future, no? And as well you as a woman. There are some ideas. I would like to underline a couple that we discussed with Christine last week when we met. And for those then are so interesting, I can probably send the text naturally. But there are just two, so I think in 5 minutes we will read everything. One of them is the importance of the active listening. Why I'm telling you this? It's because during my work, I'm with my students when I'm with them in my classroom. There are some ideas that coming from them, and it's important for also a professor giving back all the idea that comes from the student. I remember one day one of them told me, it's so important, professor, when you have the active listening about us. Not only the professor got these skills. And I started reading some book about this. I try to summarize some idea, and I will read it to you. So in the recent year, there has been much talk about the figure of gentle leaders. That is the one who motivates his or her employees by inviting them to give their best, and thus increasing corporate welfare, both in the public or private sector, by leveraging 4 key values such as kindness, helpfulness, empathy, and respect. So when we discuss kind leadership, we are certainly dealing with a manager who chooses to implement his or her power not by controlling and not by imposing patterns, by stimulating his or her work group to achieve common goals in a harmonious environment. So many agree that this figure is so indispensable for companies because this figure can sum up the essence of positive values. However, I will add that the future leader, in addition to the 4 points mentioned above, should be bearer of a 5th additional value. So as I said, the active listening. As is well known, active listening is an intentional act that engages our attention to grasp what the other person reports to us, both explicitly and also implicitly. It engages us to reflect on what is being heard through a conscious effort to reflect on communication. We are talking about a soft skill, not as a common, as some might imagine, but it's absolutely valuable in the organizational structure of a company or in character traits of one or a manager. One of the most significant and noble actions that our leaders, but also I would say a company and our ordinary individual like us, can perform is to listen with dedication, investing one's time in high activity and dedicated listening. Think about it, it's not so common because when you have someone in front of you, you can just carry on talking and the other one maybe just looking at you without paying so much attention that you deserve. So taking an interest in the other through this mode is certainly a sign of emotional intelligence. So I read a lot of books about emotional intelligence, but I remember when these students come to me and say how we could actually recognize when someone is very high in the emotional intelligence and not just got 2 degrees, a PhD, something different. So the latter is that it's absolutely central component in providing and receiving useful options to better understand one another. So it's inevitable that listening, inclusive of dialogue, strengthens social thinking and represent the handchamber to kindness. So active listening is also a sign of being very kind when you dedicate your attention to someone in an active way. I think it's something that can help also the company, for example, at a high-level position to discuss with the employees. It's something, again, not so common. So good listening is much more than being silent while the other person speaks. Conversely, people perceive that the great listeners are those who periodically ask questions that promote, discover, and insight. And the key words such as trust, listening, transparency, patience, sensitivity, and kindness seems to be the ingredient for new leadership at multi-level, a real key to fostering the creativity, adaptability, and agility that organization needs to survive and to grow sustainably. So a true leader is also aware that the best way to gain credibility is to earn the respect of the others by leading by example. Consequently, effective leadership that starts from a listening premise is necessary. Today, it's increasing importantly for people to be valued for their skill and the ability they're able to transfer to the world of work. So we should think that probably one of the soft skills absolutely necessary for the new leader should be the activity listening. So that's one of the things that I would like to share with you, the activity listening. And the other one is also how to promote the positive relationship. We discussed a lot of time. But what are the requirements of positive relationship? Kindness and gratitude, balance between giving and receiving. So the last point, I think, is the most difficult and can challenge many relationships. When we are in relationship of whatever nature, we are also responsible for our own needs within the relationship, but also for the demands of the others. If you are only concerning to ask for attention and listening only when we need it, but we are not equally available for the other person, the relationship simply doesn't work. I always like to ask a question. So I use it often in my area when I discuss with my student. So what I'm giving to the person in front of me, so why the people should pay attention in what I'm saying? Am I ready to give something before asking something? It's just a different paradigm. A few days ago, an important CEO of a company told me that it was certainly that it's impossible to teach people to be kind in a relationship. But as I disagree, I'm pretty sure that everyone can work to be kinder, and everyone can work to be more inclined to give before asking in a relationship. So that's the question that I will discuss also with you. Are we, everyone, ready to give something before asking? Do we ever try to ask ourselves why the people in front of me should be so kind with me? I'm the right ambassador of this value. I'm the ambassador of being kind, with actively listening. So it's so easy to point out someone that doesn't have a good behavior, but the paradigm can be, I don't know if you agree, Christine, we are the ambassador of the value that we are asking for. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you, Marcello. And I have seen Marcello in action. I think there are a few people I know that know more people than you in around, from ministers to CEOs and so on. And you're actually really practicing what you were sharing with us now, the kindness, the active listening. And there is something in this balance of giving and receiving. There's a balance there too, and sometimes when we talk about diversity and inclusion and equity, that if you have the kindness, then it works. If not, it's really tricky. But we can discuss more after, and I will give the thank you, Marcello, for sharing your view here, and let's continue on this flow of themes. And Wendelin, I'd like to give you the word now.
Thank you. I was wondering where the clicker is.
The clicker.
Is he here?
Does anyone have the clicker? Thank you.
Yes. Need to find out how it works. Let's just see. Yeah. I can see how it works. It goes, can I go backward as well?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry. We should have practiced this before. Hi, under the guise of being authentic, I'm going to take off my shoes, I realize now. I'm so sorry, but I need to feel the ground. I'm sorry, but I feel this. This is better. Hello, my name is Wendelin, and I'm an ancient historian. I'm a lover of philosophy. I'm an historian. And last year I had the privilege to open after you. And I started with a story about myself when I was 12 years old. And I was 12 years old and I heard someone say on television that in our lifetimes we all inhale one molecule of everyone who has ever lived on planet Earth before. And I was mesmerized. I thought that was fascinating. And my 12-year-old brain went to people like Tutankhamun and Martin Luther King, of whom I had just seen a snippet of his I Have a Dream speech. And as I said last year as well, luckily my 12-year-old brain didn't go to all the shitty people in the world who had gone before. And I'm going to leave them out of the story today as well. But to my 12-year-old brain, it felt as if I had sort of inhaled a little bit of stardust. And I took these great people with me on my journey through life. And although I think it led me in the end to actually study history and study female leadership, especially in the Roman era, I think it made me even more aware of the legacy that we have behind us. And although last year I spoke about these Roman women who I think can still cradle us into the future with their bold leadership in Roman times 2,000 years ago, what was really most important for me then was that you could take away this, that we are the recipients of an abundant legacy, and that we can take that with us. The wisdom and lived experience of all these great minds who have actually lived before us. And although we tend to think that nowadays we live in a world, a unique world, a world where disruption is common, chaos is around the corner, and we always fear a new crisis. This has been the case for every generation before us, even going back 2,500 years ago. And with that said, I just want to remind you that if we have inhaled a molecule of every single one of those great minds from the past, they lie dormant inside of us, ready to be awakened. And with that, I want to take you on a little time travel, and I hope you can join me in that. And again, after Kristen, I actually want to ask you if you can close your eyes, please. And we are going to travel back a long distance. And we're going to travel back to the year 330 before Christ. And I'm going to take you to Athens. And as you sit here on your chair, you feel the chair supporting you, supporting your body, your feet on the ground. You start to feel the wind picking up, and it's tugging at your clothes. And you feel it propelling you backward in time, 100 years back, 500 years back, 1,000 years back, and it speeds up 2,000 years back, and suddenly you land. And you're here. Your feet touch the ground and dust springs up around you on your sandaled feet because you're here in Athens. And as you start to realize that you're now here in Athens, you become aware that you hear the sounds, the hustle and bustle of ancient city life. You hear horse-drawn carriages around you. You hear people scream, people talk. It's busy, people bumping into you. You smell the concoction of city life, but you also smell the latent fragrance of freedom, because Athens, 100 years back, invented democracy. It's a proud city, and it's a city of wisdom as well, a city of philosophers and of academic thought, and that's why we're here. And as you become aware of your surroundings, you start to walk because you have a purpose. And as you walk through around the people, you walk out of the city, you leave the hustle and bustle behind, and you venture out into the outskirts of the city where the nature is welcoming you. And you are on your way to Aristotle's school, Aristotle, the great Greek philosopher. And his Lyceum opens because it's almost 5 o'clock. And at 5 o'clock, his Lyceum opens for the people, because wisdom, philosophy, should not be come upon in isolation. It is created in unison. And the great minds from all over the Mediterranean gather here to study, but we as regular citizens are welcomed as well. And as you find your spot and you sit down, you look around you and you see other seekers of wisdom as well, other philosophers ready to gain wisdom, ready to use that wisdom in their everyday lives and in their leadership. And as you sit down, you close your eyes and you feel that wind picking up again, but this time propelling you forward in time, 500 years, 1,000 years, 2,000 years, and finally you land back here in the room. And as you open your eyes here, again, you see a whole room, a room full of women and men seeking wisdom, philosophers, I like to think as well. And you can take this abundant legacy into your leadership and everyday life. But why do I want to take you to Athens? Why did I take you on this trip? Well, first of all, I want you to feel that we have such a big legacy and big shoulders of giants to stand on. Not only European history, of course, it's African history, it's Asian history. We all have our own cultural legacy to tap into. But where I want you to take you is to the importance of friendship in leadership, according to, among others, Aristotle. But the second philosopher I like to introduce to you today is Cicero, here in Rome as well, because I cannot let this chance escape to also include a Roman historian, of course, a Roman philosopher. But listen, how can the thought on friendship in ancient philosophy aid you in your leadership nowadays? Let me explain. First of all, what I want you to know is that the ancient word for philosopher, and I used here the Greek origin, philosophos, actually means lover of wisdom. Philo means lover, and sophos, the female name Sophia, is wisdom. So philosophy was nothing more than lovers of wisdom, wisdom of life in general. And in their opinion, wisdom of life in general was the same and equal to wisdom for leadership. So that's why I want us all to become philosophers today. And what did I have to say about friendship in leadership? Well, I start with Aristotle, as I promised. And he had actually quite an interesting division in the types of friendship that he saw sort of being created around him. And the three types of friendship he saw were these three. And the first one is a bit dubious because it does remind us of a sort of a modern phrase which means completely something different. He saw friends for benefit. I wouldn't recommend the second one as a leadership option, but friend for benefit. And his idea of a friend for benefit was the citizens of a city, the people in institutions. You have to become friends for a purpose with each other, because you have to have, when you are living in a city, you have to create a just system for everyone, and a system that is beneficial for everyone. So that's an interesting one. So in a community, a political or a corporate community, you have to become friends, friends for benefit. The second one was friends for pleasure, and we all know them. Those are the friends we go to the bar with, have a drink, have a laugh, and these have their place as well. We need those as well. And actually, when we look at our work, we also need those around us in our company as well. People you can have a laugh with at the coffee machine, or you can have just a little break in your day. But his third one, the friends of virtue, which sound a little bit serious and stern, is actually the most valuable of all. And that's the friendship that exists between like-minded people. People with the same core values. And he thought that was the most special kind of friendship. And I believe we all know that kind of friendship, the one where you have to invest in, but you also know, yes, this is what matches. We share the same makeup in life and the same goals. And this is also an interesting reflection, just to let you know that ancient philosophers thought that what is good for you or what would make you happy, it inherently meant that it should be good for the community as well. They thought there cannot be happiness or success if it's only for the individual. As the later Marcus Aurelius, the emperor, said, what's good for the hive is good for the bee, meaning if it's only beneficial for yourself, it cannot be real happiness, real success, or true leadership. But I also said, Cicero sort of added on to this, and I think that's where it really gets interesting, and I want to leave you in a couple of minutes with his thought on friendship. And he actually wrote a book on it, and it's called De Amicitia. He also wrote a book on leadership. That's how interchangeable these concepts actually were. And he gives us practical tools, and I think you will find out that it ties in with a lot of modern research into leadership and how to deal with these modern, interesting, challenging times. And the first aspect is we have to treat as leaders and friends, we have to treat each other as equals. And in friendship, we might find that quite normal, but he says in leadership, you really need to take that very serious as well. Because if you are equals, then sometimes you're the teacher and the other time you're the student. And I think if we look at our own leadership, we all know what that really means. We are both teachers and students, and you have to interact with each other in that way. The second point he made was that actually you have to lead in a friendship, but also as a leader, with your virtue, which meant with your core values. And I think, like yesterday Sonia mentioned, leading with love. And he thought leading with your core values in a friendship is key to having a great blossoming relationship. The third was spending quality time. And certainly in this day and age, it sounds quite difficult with people, certainly when you look at your leadership, people working remotely. But people nowadays also say, researchers say, invest in this quality time, in real life connection with the people you lead. You need that. And in friendship, that was crucial as well. You need to spend time with each other and really invest on a quality-based principle. The fourth, and that it ties in perfectly with the speaker before me, is you need to listen actively, really listen. And I think yesterday Anthony mentioned it as well. He said, you have to shut up for the others not to shut down. And Epictetus, another philosopher 2,000 years ago, said, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth. Use them accordingly. So use them accordingly. And the last point I want to make is that Cicero meant, he said, you have to be honest in your communication. You have to be real with each other. And that encompasses also kindness. You don't have to be rude. And I think Ginny de Boer yesterday said that as well. You can be, she named her core values. I think it was trust, vulnerability, and there was kindness. And I think if you're clear on your core values and you are able to communicate them, you are so trustworthy and you are really transparent, but moreover, people feel that you are connected. So, we are, I hope, all philosophers as we sit here. And I hope you can bring some of these aspects into your leadership and into your everyday life. And as Cicero said, with the exception of wisdom, I'm inclined to believe that the immortal gods have given us nothing better to humanity than true friendship. Because life without friendship is not worth living. And that's a bold statement, but I think he was really right. And I think we can actually even say that leadership without friendship might even not be worth leading. So what I want you to say, this is one of the, talking about friendship, this is one of the researchers also writing on relationships that ties in really nicely. But what I wanted to say, what I want you to take away from this is, please be a philosopher. Remain to be an eternal seeker of wisdom. Secondly, realize you have inhaled a molecule or two and feel that legacy of wisdom and lived experience behind you. And finally, be a friend. Be a friend in life and be a friend in leadership.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madeline. And it's so amazing, all the new things we are inventing, and it has been there for so long, you know. And particularly like also what she's saying about the philosophy and how also thinking on our own feet today. Many people, we can be manipulated by media and many different things, but thinking and being a philosopher, each and every one of us, so important. Thank you for sharing that. Gloria. Now it's your turn. So warm applause to Gloria also as she enters the WIN stage.
Thank you. So speaking of legacy of wisdom, I want to dedicate this talk to my mother, 92 years old, because I stand on her broad shoulders. We all know that we are living in extraordinary times. But did you know that someone is waiting? Someone is waiting just for you. Waiting for you to lift your voice. In fact, we all know women all over the globe who are lifting their voice, who are rising up for such a time as this. I'd like to share a brief video with you. Take a look. Yes, we are those women. We are here. We are here. Now, I didn't always understand many of the things that I'm going to share with you today. When I was a little girl, I was living in rural Mississippi, and I didn't know that I was living in an all-black town. I didn't know the meaning of segregation. And though I didn't have words for it at the time, I was ashamed. Because when my family went to town, we had to drink from the water fountain that said colored. We had to go through the back door of the shops. We had to call the shopkeepers Mr. and Mrs., even though they called my parents by their first names. And though I didn't have words for it, I felt that in my gut. And I remember making a declaration. My mom said I put my hands on my hips. And I said, someday I'm going to make it impossible for anybody to prejudge me, my parents, my sisters, or anyone else simply because of the color of our skin. I didn't know it at the time, but that moment of awareness and setting my intention was a moment of empowerment, a moment of finding my voice, a moment of leadership. Financially, my family was very poor, but I didn't know it. We always had food on the table. In fact, my mom's table was called the welcome table because everybody was welcome there. Everybody belonged up in there. And my mom would use her superpowers to transform our usual meal of cornbread and buttermilk to buttermilk and cornbread. When I was 9 years old, we lived in a very rough neighborhood in Detroit, Michigan. I remember seeing somebody get stabbed to death outside of my house. By the time I was 12 years old, we'd moved about 10 times. But several times a year, we'd go back home, back to Mississippi. And I remember the day before, my mother would spend that whole day frying chicken. Because we would not be able to eat during that 18-hour drive because no restaurant would serve us along the way. Can you imagine 3 little kids? When do we get there? And they're hungry too. We'd have to wait until we got to my grandfather's house. Now, we always left right around midnight under the cover of darkness so that the police wouldn't stop us for a DWB. That's driving while black. Now, as I look back, I am actually grateful for all of these moments, all of these experiences, because they've made me who I am as a human being, as a parent, as a community steward. I'm grateful because all of these moments have shaped me, have formed me, and they help me make the world a little bit better off than the way I found it. I'm grateful because all of these moments, these experiences qualify me. They qualify me to have my seat at the table. Now, I am qualified not because I have a PhD and 1, 2, 3, 4 other college degrees. I am qualified not because I was the first African American woman to become the highest executive in the IT industry. I'm qualified not because I'm an award-winning author and poet. I'm qualified not because of what people think of me or what they project onto me. I am qualified just because. Just because. And here's some more good news. So are you. You're qualified too. Yes. Just like the women we saw in that video, just like the women we saw in the video that Elaine showed us earlier today. Someone is waiting for you to show up, to bring your particular voice that exists nowhere else at the table. There are over 8 billion people on the planet, and each one of us has a unique fingerprint, a unique footprint, and a unique voice print. And if you don't bring it, if you don't bring your voice, your particular voice for this moment in time, your perspective, your special genius, who will? The world will not have it. In our interconnected global village, we want you to show up. We want you to show up and lift your voice. And you've heard about these qualities throughout the conference. We want you to show up with humility and respect, generosity, love, compassion, integrity, gratitude. We want you to show up with faithfulness, with artistry, with perseverance. We want you to show up with vulnerability. The kind of vulnerability that it takes to get out of your comfort zone and take a deep dive into your learning zone, into your creative zone. Let's talk about vulnerability. Years ago, at the WIN Geneva Conference, 2005, I met a woman at one of our WIN networking lunches. Hi, I'm Kanji from South Africa. You know how with some people you just kind of have that click? Well, that's how it was with me and Kanji. And I remember going up to the conference desk the next day to ask about her. And they said, oh, well, she had to leave early, but she left an envelope for you. Well, inside that envelope was a lovely handwritten note. Next August, I'm hosting a tribute to honor the 50th anniversary of the South African Women's March on the Parliament buildings in Pretoria. I want you to be our opening speaker. Her Excellency Dr. Kanji Sabati, South African Ambassador to Switzerland. You just never know who you're sitting next to. I'm just saying. So now I'm Googling her and learning all about her awesome work. And then I called her. Well, yes, I'd love to, but I have just one question. Why me? Why me? Oh, Gloria. When I heard you share your stories about growing up in Mississippi, I thought you'd grown up under apartheid. Are you sure you're not from South Africa? That next summer, I sat on the dais with Dr. Ruth Mampati, one of the co-organizers of that historic march. Dr. Ruth, what gave you the courage to push back against the white Dutch Boer government all those years ago? Well, she stood up and she put her hands on her hips and her neck started doing one of these. Dr. Burgess, it did not take courage. We galvanized 100,000 women, blacks, Afrikaners, coloreds, white, from all over the world. We stood up because we were mothers. And we did not want our children to suffer the dehumanization that we suffered. Step by step, brick by brick, these women began to dismantle, began to tear down the walls of apartheid. June Jordan, social activist and celebrated African American scholar and poet, wrote a rousing tribute to these women, a tribute that she eloquently calls a poem for South African women. And this poem ends with these words: "We are the ones. We are the ones we have been waiting for." Many years later, the women of Sweet Honey in the Rock, y'all know that group? Yes, Sweet Honey in the Rock, created a song, an anthem, using those last few words of Jordan's poem. And they called their song, "We Are the Ones." I would love to teach you that song.
Yes.
Would that be all right?
Yes.
I want you to sing it with me.
Yes.
All right? So I'm going to invite you to stand up as you are able. I know it's late. And please come forward towards the front of the room. And I'm going to teach you this song, and it's really simple. Okay, just come on forward. Okay, I won't bite yet. Okay? Okay, so come on forward, please. Yes, thank you. Thank you. And I'm going to teach you the song. It's really short. It's really simple. Who talked about simple earlier? Yeah, okay, with the thumb. Okay, this is really simple. Right? And as I teach you this song, I want you to think about the women. You know, when Kristen and I were talking, we talked about, you know, we all bring 4 or 5 women into the room with us, no matter where we go. Okay? Some of us, my mother had 17 brothers and sisters, so I bring like 100 of them, okay? Okay, we bring a lot of people with us, right? Yeah. So I want you to think about the women and the men on whose shoulders you stand, okay, who made a way where there was no way. Ha ha, right? Okay? Who paved a way, who built roads and bridges for you to be here for such a time as this. Okay? So I'm going to teach you all the same line first. Okay? We call it the mud, the bass line. Okay? Then we're going to add a section, okay, just a little bit above that. And then we're going to add just one more layer. Okay? The words are really simple. We are the ones. Okay? That's the first 2 parts. And then the third part we add waiting for. Okay? Okay, we're waiting for it. Okay, so the bottom part, everybody sings it, and please keep it going. Okay, start it, keep it going. Then I'm going to have this section add a little bit bump in the note. Okay? Y'all ready? Okay. Now, okay, y'all got to stand like you mean it. Okay? I love the arms around each other. Yeah, this kind of, yeah. Okay. We are the ones, we are the ones, we've been waiting. We are the ones. We are the ones, we've been waiting. We are the ones, we are the ones, we've been waiting. Y'all got it. This is it, okay? We are the ones, we've been waiting. That's it, okay? Did I tell you it was simple? Okay, here we go. We are the ones, we've been waiting. Louder. We are the ones, we've been waiting. Good. Keep it going. We are the ones, we've been waiting. One more time. We are the ones, we've been waiting. We are the ones, we've been waiting. We are the ones, We've been waiting. Y'all sound so good. We are the ones. We are the ones. We've been waiting. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the ones we've been waiting for. One more time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. Y'all sound so good. We're going to have the WIN chorus, okay?
Yeah.
So before you take your seats, I want you to remember three things. Three things. You are qualified. Repeat after me. You are qualified.
You're qualified.
This is our time.
This is our time.
And the third thing is, we need you to lift your voice for such a time as this. Hallelujah and amen. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. We are the ones. We are the ones been waiting. Okay, thank you so much, all of you. And this is such a nice, from active listening to the historical philosophy that we bring in today to understanding that we are enough and we are the ones. So please, a big warm applause to our speakers, Marcello, Vandelin, and Gloria. Wonderful. Love it. Come, everybody, up. Presents.
Oh, thank you.
And photographs. Thank you. Thank you, all of you. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much. So we're just shifting the set here. Please, you have a couple of minutes. You can share with the person sitting next to you something related to what you just heard. So, can I call Marina and Mino? Yeah. Can we take away my instrument? Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. I think it's on. No, it's not on. Okay, is it on? No, but I want to give you a message. Hello. Okay. It's okay? Yeah? Yeah. Yeah, fantastic. It's okay. It's okay. It's perfect like this. Take a seat. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so we will then start again. So we do like this, right? And we get a little silence in the room. We are going to go to the next thing as we continue this afternoon on our leadership and building our careers and building ourselves. And I have invited two other esteemed guests here with me. I mean, this is just like one amazing woman and man after another. So it's quite a privilege to be at WIN this year, I must say. And today I would like to introduce Marina first. Tognetti, she's the founder and CEO of a company. It's called Mingle. Okay. Thank you. There was this space, Mingle. And she's a tech entrepreneur, and she's also combining technology with language and communication and many things. And she started in an educational school also, and she has taken a lot of risk in her life, both as an entrepreneur and as a person. And she's going to share with us quite a lot about how do we take risk, because all the things we're talking about here today will involve a certain element of risk as well. And then we also have with us another lady whose name is also an M. There's always these commonalities here on stage these days, and that's Mino Mariel, and she's the CEO of Poem Foundation. She's also a long experience in the corporate world. Then she moved to Bali and had a spiritual awakening and become hence a wisdom coach, and has also teaching a lot of companies through her school, let's say. So very much beautiful things, and both of you have had the privilege to know. Marina, you've been coming to WIN before. I know you have had tech workshops, and Mino, you have wonderful workshops also. So let's start with Marina. Marina, would you like to go up and share?
Thanks a lot. Okay, first, where is it? So thanks a lot, Christine. It's a pleasure to be here. As I'm one of the addicted to WIN, because I've been here 4 times, and once you come, you always come back. It's really a pleasure. So my name is Marina, and as Christine said, I'm a tech entrepreneur. Only 5% of tech startups are owned by women. Technology is revolutionizing every part of our society, yet women do not participate in this revolution in a sufficient number. The question is why, and what can we do about it? So what can we change in ourselves, which we can control, instead of always waiting for changes at society or business level, which we cannot control? The answer is in the risk. 90% of tech startups fail. That's a fact. If you're a tech entrepreneur, you have one chance out of 10 of succeeding in it. So risk in tech entrepreneurship is just intrinsic, and risk in entrepreneurship is also intrinsic. Now, when you think about risk, you always think about, okay, men. Now, men are always more risk-prone. That's why they start businesses, they play in the stock exchange, they take more risky decisions in their career. And women, unfortunately, we women tend to be a little bit more risk-adverse, or more cautious. And that, I believe, is one of the things that really limits us in entrepreneurship, in tech entrepreneurship, and in any career. But here is also the good news. According to a study by the London School of Economics, women-led startups experience fewer failures when they move from early to growth stage than companies led by men. And here is what I believe is the why. The same characteristics that make us too cautious at the beginning are also those that protect us from taking too big risks later on. So you see, the answer is still in the risk. Too often, entrepreneurship gets associated to this concept of uncontrollable risk. So when I talk to people, I say, what does it take to be an entrepreneur? Most people say, you have to be a risk taker. So when I ask, what does it mean to be a risk taker? They start portraying daredevils and gamblers and all these risky professions. Those answers are not true. Being an entrepreneur isn't playing roulette with your future. Being an entrepreneur means knowing which risks are worth taking. So successful entrepreneurs are calculated risk takers. And this is very important to understand. Successful entrepreneurs are taking many more steps to be successful. So risk-taking is not just a gamble. Risk-taking is something that can be understood and can be learned. Successful entrepreneurs know when and how to take risk. So it's not about how much risk you take, it's how little risk you allow for yourself. And this is very important. It's a constatation that I made from all my experience. Risk-taking, contrary to whatever people think, is not a threat. Risk-taking is a process, which means that it can be learned. This means a successful entrepreneur is taking a lot of risk before becoming successful, a lot of very small controlled risk before becoming successful. Which means, very important, I repeat it, it's a process. So if it is a process, it means it can be acquired. Any one of us can acquire the way of handling risk in a proper way. Now the question is, How? So this is a model I'm actually developing now. I was discussing with Christine at the phone, and I started thinking about this model beginning of the year. I was fortunate after recovering for a surgical operation, and I had the time to think. And then I look at my 15 years as an entrepreneur, and I say, can I extrapolate a theoretical model from all what I learned, so that if I pass a theoretical model to other people, they can actually learn something about it and can apply. So this is the result of a lot of thinking with myself, which is not complete yet. But I say, there is something that is the starting point. And I say, there is a word that is the comfort, stretch, and panic zone. And this is a model that has been used in the past to understand how you learn, the process of learning. You can use this model actually to understand risk, not only risk in entrepreneurship, also risk in careers, in whatever steps you take, can also be applied in your personal life. What the model says, and the way I use it, you say, if you are in something you know, you are in the known area, which means you're doing a job you know very well, you're always doing the same, you're successful, you're perfectly well, but you do not grow. If you go beyond the comfort zone, you enter the stretch zone. And this is what I call the area of control risk, which means that you actually understand where you are. There are some area of risk, but you can succeed in this area of risk. If you stretch too much, you can understand where you're going. If you go too far, you enter the area that I call the panic zone. Panic zone means it's so far away from what you know, in career, in life, in everything, that you probably are going to fail. And because you know you're going to fail, most of the time you're going to freak out, you are going to abandon, you are going to just feel super uncomfortable and fail because you don't feel comfortable there. So the trick is really understanding over, how can I be in the stretch zone, but not in the panic zone? And the panic zone is what many times when you are in a corporate, people say, let's not burn a person by promoting maybe too fast, or let's not push a person too far that the person gets ruined while it has a lot of potential. So what I thought is like the threshold to go from comfort to panic, from comfort, stretch, and panic, is determined by 3 key factors. And the 3 key factors are unique for each one of us, which means that every one of us has a complete different drawing of how these 3 elements interact with each other. The 3 factors that I invented, so it's a part of my invention and my new model, is mindset, abilities, and situation. So let me explain. Mindset is your propensity in taking risk. And so that's when you say, a person takes more risk than another risk, and I will go later on in what it means, but it's your propensity in taking risk, your attitude towards risk. Ability is your capacity to handle risk effectively. The more skills you have, the more capabilities you have, the better you can handle risk. Situation is the context in which you handle risk. So how difficult it is, how difficult is your position, how difficult is your job you're handling, how difficult is the type of startup you're starting. So what is the environment in which you are taking risk? So all these things interact together, and all them together determine what is your comfort, stretch, or panic zone. And so I came to a conclusion over when is it comfort zone? Comfort zone is when all 3 overlap. So you are in a situation that in your mindset you feel fine, you are comfortable with the situation here in your head. You have the right skills to do it, so you're prepared, you are doing a job you know how to do, and the situation is known or understandable. When you move out and you have 2 of them, or maybe at least 1, you are in the stretch zone. What does it mean? That you at least can leverage the thing you have to compensate for the one you don't have. Let me give you an example. For example, if you move a career and you get promoted, you probably move to a different situation where you might miss some of the abilities, maybe managerial abilities. But you have the mindset, you want the promotion, and you know the situation, it's your department, your company. If you move to a different company, maybe in the same type of job, you might change the situation. So you have to learn how to perform in a different type of company, different politics environment, different way of working. So you might have some weakness on the situation, but you have very strong mindset because you choose the job, and very strong abilities. So depending on which one of those ingredients is missing, you can leverage the other one and become stronger at that. You can understand if you have no one of them, so if you put somebody 2 layers above his position in a totally new department, or if you go in a new company, in a job that you have never done before, and you are a bit insecure, which is also what women are often, that's very risky because you are outside of that, which also means that you have a higher chance to fail. So what it says is that you shouldn't be anywhere where you don't at least control one of the 3. One of the 3 is your strength in order to go further. Now the question is, how can you influence? Beautiful theory, but what can I do it in practice? So what I developed is a model that understands at first level of depth, what does it mean or what drives each one of the variables. And so each variable has some building blocks. Each building blocks is determined by others, and etc. At the fourth level, this is only third level. Let me give you an example. If I tell you, you have to improve your mindset, you're like, okay, what am I going to do? Improve my mindset, yeah, easily said than done. But if I tell you, one of the building blocks of mindset is beliefs. One of the parts of beliefs is limiting beliefs. And actually, the one where you are doubt, where your weakness is self-doubt. Now you know what you have to act. Okay, self-doubt is my problem. Okay, let's first understand that is my problem. So when you understand the problem, you're already halfway to solve it. And then you will work toward improving your self-doubt. Automatically, when improving self-doubt, you will improve your mindset because you become more confident. And by becoming more confident, you reinforce your mindset. So by working on the variable, what I call the minimal influenceable variable, you actually can control risk and influence risk because you can understand which one of those variables are the one that are weakest and only work on that. We cannot do everything. So this is the model and the theory. And now let's go to the practice. So the practice, what it means is that you have to go from your comfort zone to the largest possible stretch zone. And in doing so, the positive thing is that when you stretch, you also become more competent. So your comfort zone is not static. The comfort zone will grow as much as you stretch it. So the stretch will always be further. One example, situation. So situation is often the one that the first one that the company addresses, the easiest one. And situation means you have to understand what are the areas of risk you have in your company or in your specific business, and how can you reduce that. Number one risk for startup is lack of product market fit. So if I give an example with my company, and I have to go fast now. If I give an example with my company, so we launched my company as a language school. We launched it as a marketplace, which was something I know very well from my previous eBay experience. And we thought we got it all. I had awards, a lot of awards and PR. I had funding, and a very motivated team. So what could possibly go wrong? We noticed we were spending so much money and not getting the expected results. We were growing, but not enough. Everybody loved the idea, but students were not putting the money to buy. So I called my team and said, okay, let's go back and rethink. Something at the core is here fundamentally wrong. So we went back, we interviewed students, we interviewed teachers, we really tried to understand, what the CNA did yesterday, tried to talk to the people who know the business. And our customer answered very clearly, buying a service like languages is not like buying a product. When you buy a product, you know if it's good or bad. If it works, it's good. If it arrives in time, it's good. But you buy a service online, how can you judge the quality of the teacher? So students were asking us to take responsibility for the quality of the product we're selling. So that means that we had to do a complete shift, first from a marketplace to a school, and then we changed and found out that actually went from a consumer product to a business product. So we evolved completely. And so that is actually what saved my company in a period when it was in danger. Now, situation is actually logic. We all understand situation, so talk to your customer. Something we always think that we cannot change is mindset. And when I talk to people, people say, can I go 5 minutes above? Yeah, I go very fast, okay. I will speak Italian very fast. So people say, mindset, you cannot change it because mindset is innate. No, mindset is not innate. Mindset is okay, question understanding where can you change it. So I give an example from my company again. When I was in the period of difficulty, I was really scared. I was scared I'm going to go bankrupt. So I went to a psychologist, and the psychologist said, what are you afraid about? I said, I'm going to go bankrupt. Yeah, but what's going to happen? Are you going to lose your house, sleep on street, not have anything to eat? I said, no, of course not. I'm financially stable. Is your family and friend going to leave you? Oh, no, they care about me. They support me. Then what are you afraid about? The people might think I'm a failure. Which people? Strangers. So my psychologist says, so you're telling me that the biggest risk you're taking with your company, the biggest fear you have, the people you don't even know might think you are a failure. People who probably are so busy with their own life to care about somebody they've never met. That is when I realized that the fear was bigger than the consequences. And that's very important. If you understand that the fear is psychological, it's fully in your mind. If it is in your mind, it means you actually can control it. It's not effect outside. And so I always say to everyone, when I say, when you're really scared in a situation of fear, always ask your question, the real true question, what's the worst that can happen? Now go very fast. One last tip, super fast. Do not compare.
Yeah.
And that's one thing that is important for people. We always compare ourselves, women, we compare our success and failure to people around us. And that's incorrect. Our journey is our unique. And we think it's one of these motivational stereotypes, but it's not. If you understand the model, your direction is determined by your mindset, your ability, your situation. No one is alike. So everybody is going to have their own path. So how do you go from there? How do you go to the future? Now, you have to really dare to take this step. You shouldn't ask how much risk you take, but which risks are worth taking. So the thing I leave to you is face the climb, conquer the odds so that we can change the 90% and especially the 5%. Thank you very much. And sorry I was late.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marina.
I was late. I get to catch up. Carry up.
I think it's so great to celebrate all the different ways of expressing, and we are so many incredible people. And I love also how you invented the model, you know, even that creation and the creativity.
And I'm still shaping it. It's evolving now.
Yeah, so it's so, and we see the passion you have also for that. And it is an incredibly important topic as the world is volatile and women want to start their own thing. And even as we talk about, even pioneering your own life that's different from before involves a certain sense of risk-taking.
And the model is really applicable to any industry, but also personal. It's also your personal life. It's always the same three things.
So thank you. So we will share your model, or is it somewhere on the website?
Yeah, if they want to contact me, because I'm shaping it, so whoever wants to be involved, because I'm going to test it in the next weeks or months. So whenever I want to be my test guinea pig, please contact me. Yeah.
Wonderful. Okay, Mino, please. Warm applause. And thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you so much, Kristen. It's a great experience for me to experience the WIN for the first time, and you're right, it's addictive. And thank all of you for being here and sharing your wisdom. And like my fellow speaker shared, that we've all got a little taste of some molecules of each one of your wisdom that we are now embodying within us. So my focus today is on leadership. And really what I want to begin with a little bit of my journey, and then I'm going to focus on not necessarily the habits of leadership, but more about the deadly sins that of leadership and how you can redeem them. Because we as women have got very specific abilities of redemption. And I'm going to talk about that in a moment. So, I was born, brought up in India, and, I did my graduation there, went on to live in Saudi Arabia. And it was in Saudi Arabia that I became an entrepreneur, created my first business there at a time when women weren't allowed to work. So created an institute for computer studies for women. And then moved on and moved to London, stayed there for 35 years, and did a whole variety of jobs initially, and then businesses, became a serial entrepreneur, from a movie producer to technology. Really what I got known for in the UK was having created an Inspired Leaders Network. And an Inspired Leaders Network were leaders that were causing extraordinary results. And they were doing it time and time again. And I wanted to understand, first of all, what is meant by extraordinary results and how were they doing it? And having the audacity of having created something that we call as the Inspired Leaders Network, because I wanted to learn about leadership, and I thought, what better place to learn than from leaders themselves? Let's gather them together in the form of a network, which I did. We got commissioned by the European Union for a 6-year study of leadership. And in that, I had an opportunity of traveling the world and studying all of these leaders. And about 254 of them, I would say, were qualified as what I called as inspired leaders. And the intention was to develop an Inspired Leaders Index. And the question that I was asked to uncover was, are leaders born or can they be cultivated? And around that time, there was a study that was published about the most inspiring leaders, the top 10 in the European countries, and Britain was right at the bottom. So Department of Trade and Industry came in and said, we want you to develop an Inspired Leaders Index. So there was a context for developing something. Now, what emerged from that was, out of the 258 that I studied in depth and really role modeled, only 54 of them met the grade of being an inspired leader. Many of the 250 you would know the names of, and they did not actually become inspired leaders, as I call them. So before I go into the 7 deadly sins of leadership and how to redeem them, what I want to talk about here is what I uncovered as the difference between leadership and management. Leadership, as a leader, leadership is only about setting and managing context. That's what leadership is about. Management, on the other hand, is about developing and delivering content. So leadership shows you the where to go, and management is, the right way to get there. That's the difference in leadership. Now, what's the difference between good leaders and inspired leaders? What I uncovered was that inspired leaders know that they only have one job to do, and their only job is to create other inspired leaders who can take failure and not give a damn. For them, failure is fast forward. And if failure was one of the key questions in my study, as I was studying these leaders around the world, I would immediately know, no, this person is not an inspired leader. Good leader, successful leader, but not an inspired leader. Now, fast forward, I was doing this work. I was, working with boards of companies, really sharing these 7 habits of inspired leaders. And as I started working with several thousands of leaders around the world, I started uncovering certain things that leaders would do, unbeknown to themselves, that would just destroy all the good that they'd done. And I started, by that time, I'd become a pretty good analyst of observing what was happening. And from that emerged these 7 deadly sins. What I also became aware of is that something was shifting in me. Nothing made any sense, Yeah, I had had all of these successes. I'd also gone through bankruptcy and emerged from it. All of that had already occurred. And now my businesses were on a rise again, and I didn't know why I was doing what I was doing. Anybody looking at me would want my life, and yet it didn't make any sense to me. And one thing led to another. I became very ill and chose to go to Bali for 3 weeks, and I landed up staying there for 9 years. Uncovered the calling of my soul, and I started implementing that, thinking, okay, this is retirement, and my calling of my soul is expecting and accepting miracles as the norm, where a miracle is something beautiful happens that makes your heart sing. And the fact that your heart is beating, that is the song of the heart. So it's only a matter of making the connection. And I started perfecting ways in which you can make that connection. Because your heart is beating, it's singing, your heartbeat is in the moment. Which means if you're in the moment, every moment is a moment of miracle. Right? In the moment, there is no past, there is no future, there is only what is. So if I become an observer of what is, I'm actually in the zone of miracles. So I thought I'd retired, but actually the volcano happened in Bali, and by that time I was speaking at global conferences. I wasn't able to get home for nearly 18 months because I just would get to Singapore and the airports would be shut. So I got the message, Bali is saying, bye-bye, you've got what you needed from here, go out into the world and take it. I came out into the world and I realized that actually there's a need for inspired leadership more so now than there ever was. And it's time to introduce a new business model, which is one of extraordinary results, where unprecedented performance, operational excellence, and transforming quality of life go together. For you as the leader, for your stakeholders, and the planet. Women are particularly adept at that. We are automatically multitaskers. We are automatically collaborators and co-creators. The context in which our leadership is being called to rise is a context of the new world where uncertainty is certain, unknown is the known, change is constant, take nothing for granted is the modus operandi. There's a switch from survival to thriving. There's a switch from sustainable to regenerative strategies. There's a switch from command and control to collaborative co-creation of coexistence. In amidst all of this, when I looked at the 7 deadly sins of leadership and how to redeem them, I felt we as women, we have a unique advantage. And it is true. This is our time, Gloria. Here are the 7 deadly sins, and here's the redemption. There's great depth in all of this. Given the time, I'm just going to go through them and see how much I can get through. The first deadly sin is blame. When a leader engages in blame, they've literally stopped playing the game that they took on. So the redemption to blame is reconnecting to what is the game that you are playing. What is see, every game has a very clear intention. It's unequivocal, it's measurable. So if you find yourself, or if you feel that there is blame going on, then redemption is game. Get everybody reconnected, regrouped around what's the game, what's the intention we have signed up for. The second deadly sin is push rather than share. Pushing our products, pushing our thoughts, pushing our way of doing things is a deadly sin. A sin, remember, I talk about 7 habits of inspired leaders. A habit is something that's just there. It's a habit. You don't have to think about it. It just happens, right? Initially you develop it, but once it's there, it's there. A sin, you can't just drop it. You redeem it, and it's gone forever if you're sincere in your redemption. And that's a gift that we as women have. So rather than pushing, the redemption to push is share. Share, if this intention that we are intending is realized, what's possible? Share the possibility, and people will come and follow you. The third one is content, where leaders get sucked into the content. They lose sight of the context. The entire team loses sight of the context. Redemption is reconnect to the context of why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? The fourth one is attachment, where we get attached to a particular way of doing things, to a particular place something has to be done. Attachment of any kind. However committed your attachment may be, it actually is a deadly sin. A deadly sin is called not just a sin, it's called a deadly sin. It kills the project, kills what you're intending. The redemption is resolve. Get plugged into what is your intention and what am I resolved about to bring forth. And that's the way to deal with that. Then there is one which is about compete, creating a competitive environment. No, that's a deadly sin. The redemption to compete is collaborate. Proactively go for collaborators and co-creators in your team. Encourage that. The sixth one is do. Running the do race, running the do race, running the do race, doing. Literally, all you're doing is creating hamster wheels in your team. Hamster wheel for yourself. I've run 3 different hamster wheels at one time, and many times over. It just burns you out. The redemption to that is be. Everybody knows then they have a to-do list anyway. What about creating a be list? How are you going to be today? And just touch base, once every hour to see if you were being that way. It allows you to enjoy the journey. And the final one is bull force. I'm committed to this. It's going to happen by hook or crook, using bull force. We've done it before. We'll do it again. Deadly sin. The redemption to that is joy, ease, grace, omnipresent. Grace is always there. We are a soul being having a human experience. You are full of grace, whether you like it or not. You just have to notice it. So grace is always there. Ease is up to your choice. Hold your thumb, like she taught us, quite easy, Joy is, we've always experienced joy. Start creating a treasure trove of joy. We often would, even now, we have like a Jago moment in our teams where somebody or the other says, okay, in my treasure trove, I've got this, right? This week, we are actually going to implement this action that gives us joy. It could be anything, For me, it's 24/7 video cam of the Rialto Bridge. Gives me great joy. So if I'm like overwhelmed with anything, I just go to the webcam, and that breaks the pattern. So those are, it's in a very quick and simple way, I've shared with you some of the deadly sins that we can all relate to, you know, and there is a redemption that's there. As women, remember, we have a natural mothering instinct, and redemption comes very, very naturally to us. So let's use the power. This is our time. It is true. And you are the one that you have been waiting for. And the world is calling now for women to rise and step into their leadership. I've taken on, you know, educating, coaching 1 billion women to really develop their inspired leadership skills. So if this is something that you're curious about, get in touch with me. I'll be leading 2 workshops on completely different subjects, because as inspired leaders, you live an extraordinary life where all aspects of life coexist. So anxiousness to awesomeness and romance. Both of those are very important ingredients to add to your inspired leadership Jego treasure trove. With that, I hand it back to you, Kristen.
Thank you so much, Minnie. And I love your concept of redemption, and I think it can give us a lot of energy also. So you said the first one there on blame. And what if also in your mind you're blaming yourself? You know, that kills your energy level, right? Can you share some more on that? No, you don't have a microphone, but okay, there is one next to Marina.
Everything has an energy signature.
Yeah.
You know, the energy signature of blame is, it's like a energy drain. It's like you've turned on the tap and it started not just leaking, but the tap is running full steam, draining your energy. So the energy signature of blame is that, energy drain. And that's what happens.
Yeah.
So by coming at, but it's important to understand the deadly sin, because it happens, you know, but knowing that you can redeem it by simply reconnecting to what's the game I'm playing.
Yeah.
You know, as a minimum, Kristen, you know, we've got life. Life is an organism that's breathing, right? But what is this? What is the purpose of life? It is to come alive, right? So, you know, as a minimum, the game you're playing is one of aliveness, and that in itself redeems that deadly sin.
Thank you for sharing that. And it was also interesting, Marina, when you were sharing like your fear of failure.
Yes.
And it was about nothing that had to do with your sphere of friends and colleagues and everything like that. So there's so much in our mind. How do you find your energy, Marina?
So for me, it's I find my energy doing things I love. So, and it's also with my startup. I had to find the energy again in believing I wanted to, you know, to grow and to become something different. But I have a very various life. So in my life, I'm pretty consistent with what I do, because I do extreme sport. I like traveling a lot. I like, while traveling, I travel 1 year around the world with backpack. So I kind of consistent with, let's do things that give me energy, and that gives it back to my work. So I think I balance it pretty well.
Great. Thank you both for sharing, and we will hear from you. So big applause to them, and then we have thank you so much. Thank you. So let's be for the
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
So we're going to have a pink party very soon. But I'd like to ask you for a favor. I would like you to, if there's anything good you want to say about the hotel where we're staying, if you could go on booking any of these, what are the most important sites for hotels? It's like Booking, TripAdvisor, their own website. If you like this hotel, you say something. That means a lot to us right now. And then we can have also, maybe if you want to do something with them in the future, you say it. If you can express that to them, that would be really very helpful. And maybe you do that right now, right here. I give you 1 minute. And then Teresa has some messages. Teresa, while they're writing on TripAdvisors. Oh, yeah, you can. It's okay. Mm-hmm. I'll wait till they're done. Right. Is that it? Okay. Yeah. That's great. Yeah. Okay. Did you find the hotel? I hope they find it. Did you find it? You should write. You should write. There's amazing.
I swear to God, I will write.
Oh, yeah,
no, because as soon as you announced it, I came up because some of the announcements are really important.
Oh, yeah.
I promise them. They've been wonderful.
Amazing. I know.
They've been amazing.
Amazing.
Elizabeth, I know them by first name.
So then, maybe I'll let you start the announcements and then continue to write after that. Maybe I'll start you do your announcements.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
They had time to write. Thank you so much for putting your reviews on the website for the hotel. I found them to be extraordinarily helpful and amazing. So, a few announcements for you tonight. So, our sponsor, Illy Cafe, their gifts for each and every one of you have arrived. You can pick them up at the registration, along with, don't forget, your Learning and Discovery book. I don't know if you've had an opportunity to have a peek, but it's excellent, excellent, excellent. Tonight, the pink cocktail is at 6:30. It is here at the external terrace on -1. And the rest of the evening is free for you to explore Rome, enjoy networking with your new friends and contacts, deepen your relationships, or just have a relaxing evening. And the gala. If you haven't reserved yet, please do so today for the gala tomorrow. It is going to be at the Hotel Villa Pamphili, and we're really looking forward to a fun evening together. So please do reserve if you've forgotten to do so thus far.
Yeah. So that means most of you ticked off when you registered to be part of the gala dinner, but the numbers, like last night, that wasn't correct. There were more people coming than those that have ticked off. So if you didn't do it, go and tell that you will be at the gala dinner, even if you didn't say you would be initially, okay? Can you do that so you're sure we have the right numbers? Also, Paula, you had an announcement. Can you come and join me here? Thank you. And thanks. I know you had an idea. Can you share your idea?
So, hello everybody. I think that we are close to the end of this day here in the plenary session, but now we have a nice moment together, which is the one of pink cocktail. Now, I see that somebody around us is already wearing something pink, and we kindly ask, as WIN organization, to post stories or post on your social network tagging WINConference, please. This is very helpful in creating engagement for our family, our big family. Actually, I know Christine since 20 years now, and you know, now it's the era of social network, and this is helping us to grow and to make us known also by other women in the world. So please use your mobile this evening, tag WINConference, and enjoy the pink cocktail. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you all for a wonderful day of plenaries and workshops, and see you in half an hour at the terrace, right?
The external terrace -1.
Yeah, external terrace -1. See you there.